A Bridge Between Chaos and Hope. Germany, 1923. Let me issue and control a nation's money, and I care not who writes the laws. Mayor AMSCHEL Rothschild, 1744 to 1812, founder of the House of Rothschild. At 10 p.m. on November 8, 1923, two men could have been seen arriving at the Hotel Continental in Berlin for an intimate dinner in one of its private dining rooms. Each was in his own way a caricature of a type of German and could almost have come from central casting. The tall, thin figure with the clipped military mustache, hair cut short and parted very precisely in the center, was Schacht, now one of the most prominent bankers in Berlin, a director and board member of the Danube Bank, third largest in Germany. The other was short and fat, with an enormous head, his bloated face pasty from overindulgence and lack of exercise. With his easy smile and gregarious manner, he looked like a classic lower-class Berliner, crude, brash, but good-hearted. This was Gustav Stresemann, who just 3 months before had become Chancellor of Germany. He was indeed what he appeared to be, a Berliner from the lower middle classes, son of an innkeeper and beer distributor, though he had himself received a doctorate in economics from the University of Berlin and had been a professional politician and corporate lobbyist since the age of 22. November 9th, the next day, was the 5th anniversary of the flight of the Kaiser. The night before, the Soviet embassy had hosted a grand party to celebrate the joint anniversaries of its own revolution and that of Germany, but Stresemann had excused himself on the grounds of state business. For the last 2 days, he had been locked in conference with members of his cabinet, trying to find a way of averting the country's imminent bankruptcy. Part 3. Sowing a New Wind. On November 5th, the price of a 2-kilo loaf of bread had soared from 20 billion marks to 140 billion, sparking off nationwide riots. In Berlin, thousands of men and women had paraded the streets, shouting bread and work. Over 1,000 shops, bakeries, butchers, and even clothing stores had been looted. Even in the city's chic West End, cars had been held up and the occupants robbed. In the heavily Jewish areas to the east around the Alexanderplatz, anyone who was known to be Jewish or looked Jewish had been attacked by gangs of young hoodlums. The worst violence was directed at Galician Jews, many of whom had their distinctive beards scissored off or their clothes ripped away. The Bourse, the stock exchange, had come under siege by a mob shouting, "Kill the Bourse Jews." But by the evening of November 8th, the streets were at last quiet, the mobs dispersed at bayonet point by military police. Heavily armed Prussian state police in green uniforms now patrolled the city. After an abnormally hot Indian summer, the weather had turned extremely cold. That night, it had begun to rain, making life even more difficult for those innumerable Berliners forced to queue up outside the municipal food kitchens and public feeding stations spread across the city. The Hotel Continental was located in the center of Berlin, just off the tree-lined boulevard of Unter den Linden. Though not one of the major hotels, it was conveniently close to the Reichstag and sufficiently discreet and unobtrusive for Schacht and Stresemann to meet without drawing too much attention to themselves. Neither would have wished to be seen at one of the great fashionable meeting places, the Adlon on Pariserplatz or the Bristol on Unter den Linden. Among all the nouveau riches, the so-called Rafts and Schiebers, fat, coarse men who had made their money from profiteering during those last few feverish years and who could always be found in the big hotels, drinking champagne and gorging on oysters and caviar. Despite the riots and the rain, the infamously louche and tawdry nightlife of Berlin, that new Babylon of the world, continued unabated. On the Friedrichstrasse and along Kurfürstendamm, the bars and dance halls were, as always, full. As on every night, hordes of prostitutes of both sexes, there were said to be 100,000 of them in Berlin alone, paraded outside in the strangest and most exotic costumes. A kind of madness had taken hold of the city, unhinging the whole society. Fortunes were made overnight and as quickly lost or dissipated. Those with money, desperate to be rid of it before it became worthless, indulged in giddy frenzies of spending, while those without sold what few possessions remained to them, including their bodies, in the struggle to survive. A quarter of the city's school children suffered from malnutrition. Berlin had never been an elegant city. Before the war, people thought that it was too close a reflection of the personality of its emperor, brash, self-important, and vulgar. The German Chicago, Mark Twain had called it. But it had rightly prided itself on being the cleanest and most modern metropolis in Europe. Now it was shabby and going to seed, faded and run down like a stone-gray corpse, infested by beggars, whores, invalids, and fat-necked speculators. Its streets crowded by legless war veterans riding the sidewalks on rolling planks and by stunted, bow-legged children bent out of shape by rickets. Stresemann had been called upon to form a government that August, when the previous coalition had collapsed, the sixth to fall in 5 years. He was thought to be the one man politically skillful enough to be able to bring together all the democratic parties, the socialists, the Catholics, the liberals of the center, into a great coalition that could try to come to grips with a Germany on the verge of disintegration. He had had not one but two improbable political careers. Before the war, despite his lower-middle-class background, which twice led the Kaiser to snub him conspicuously by publicly refusing to shake hands, he had been an ardent monarchist, a fervent militarist, and, as head of the National Liberal Party in the Reichstag, a blind supporter of the military during the war. Known as Ludendorff's young man, because of his loyalty to the Imperial High Command, he had been an advocate of the whole nationalist agenda, annexation, German expansion, and the campaign of unrestricted submarine warfare that had so angered the Americans. When the military broke down at the end of the war, Stresemann had been left, like so many other politicians of the imperial era, humiliated and discredited. Though he was still only 40 years old, his political career seemed to be over. But in the 5 years since the revolution, he had steadily rebuilt his political image, transforming himself from a jingoistic warmonger to a trusted pillar of the new democracy, though many believe that his conversion was a sham. Stresemann took over a country in deep crisis. The year 1923 had seen an oppressively hot summer of riots and strikes across a Germany genuinely close to breaking apart. In Saxony, the communists had threatened to secede as an independent state, while in the south, the Bavarian government was being assailed from the right. Despite his genial and sentimental exterior, Stresemann was a realist who had come to power determined to end the nightmare. In his first few weeks in office, he had the Reichstag approve an act empowering him to govern by decree, suspended the campaign of passive resistance in the Ruhr, which was costing the government $10 million a day, and declared a state of emergency that gave the army the necessary authority to act against secessionist states. Recognizing that the political breakdown had its roots in the dislocations and chaos of rampant hyperinflation, Stresemann then turned his attention to the monetary questions. Tax revenues at the time accounted for less than 10% of government expenditures, and the gap was being filled by printing money. Stresemann had invited Schacht to dinner that night to try to persuade him to accept the position of currency commissioner, a new post with responsibility for reforming the whole German currency. It would make Schacht the financial czar of Germany, with more power than even the Minister of Finance. The two had known each other for more than 20 years. They socialized in the same circles and were both members of the Berliner Mittwochgesellschaft, the Wednesday Society, a select discussion club restricted to 85 members and founded in 1915. Stresemann, who thought highly of Schacht, had been trying to find a position for him in the new administration for some weeks. The previous month, during his first cabinet reshuffle, he had even tried to appoint Schacht Minister of Finance. But the night before he was to submit his new list of ministers to President Friedrich Ebert, he had received a letter from a high official in the ministry expressing grave doubts about Schacht's suitability for the position, raising the old questions about Schacht's wartime record and hinting at ethical improprieties and corruption. At the last minute, Stresemann had been compelled to drop Schacht's name from his proposed cabinet. For Schacht, the new opportunity could not have come at a better time. Now independently wealthy, he was eager to enter public life. Though he owed much of his fortune to Jacob Goldschmidt, he viewed his young associate's deal-making as dangerous. Increasingly sidelined within Bank, he had begun looking for a new challenge. He would later describe life that summer as living on the edge of a volcano. The biggest danger in his view was a Bolshevik revolution. But as the political crisis began to reach a crescendo, he remained convinced that some great opportunity would present itself to him. At the end of the summer, he sent his wife, Louise, his 20-year-old daughter, Inga, and his 13-year-old son, Jens, to the safety of Switzerland. He had been hoping that the new government would offer him a position, and he wanted to be able to take decisions without, as he put it, being hindered by personal considerations were I to be drawn into the whirlpool. He knew that Louise, a fervent nationalist and right-wing radical with a narrow Prussian outlook, was unlikely to be particularly welcoming to the left-wingers and Democrats with whom he would have to associate. At 11:30 p.m., as the two men were finishing dinner and Schacht, a chain smoker, had lit up, one of Stresemann's aides burst in. For weeks there had been rumors that the right-wing groups in Bavaria, one led by the local army and police commander, the other by a 34-year-old ex-corporal named Adolf Hitler, were planning to seize power. They had now struck. Hitler, apparently working with the fallen General Erich Ludendorff, had taken over a Munich beer hall, drafted local political leaders to back him, and proclaiming the Berlin government deposed, was preparing to march on that sink of iniquity. Reports were even filtering in that some army units in Munich had gone over to the rebels. Cutting short the dinner, Stresemann raced back to an emergency cabinet meeting at the Chancellery. The following Monday, November 12th, Schacht received a call at his office on the Schinkelplatz from Hans Luther, Minister of Finance, summoning him to the ministry, located in one of those grim official buildings on the Wilhelmstrasse. Hitler's attempt to seize power, the beer hall putsch, as it was already being called, had collapsed within 24 hours, and the Stresemann government was getting back to business. Short, fat, and completely bald, Luther had become a national hero when as mayor of the city of Essen in the Ruhr Valley, he had defied occupying French and Belgian troops. But for all his exploits as a dowdy little burgomaster, Luther was a cold, colorless, straight-laced figure, suspicious of Schacht's reputation for sailing too close to the wind. He had initially opposed Schacht's nomination, but when the two other bankers whom he first approached turned him down, he felt he had little choice. That morning Luther formally offered Schacht the position of currency commissioner. Though Schacht pretended that he needed time to think the matter over, when Luther demanded an immediate reply, he accepted with, as one historian describes it, an enthusiasm suitable to the as-yet-to-be-revealed dimensions of his ambition. Schacht came to the job with an array of qualifications. He was well known and admired in foreign banking circles, an attribute that would become very important when Germany had to go through its next cycle of wrangling over reparations. He was supported by the center and the left. In addition, it was rumored that Jacob Goldschmidt, powerful in Democratic Party circles and keen to oust Schacht from the Danube, was actively lobbying to kick him upstairs. The post he assumed carried with it unprecedented powers. He was given cabinet rank, was to be invited to all its meetings, and most important, had the right of veto over any measures that had implications for the currency, a veto that could only be overridden by a majority of the cabinet. Less grandly, for his office he was provided with a room in the back of the finance ministry that had once been a broom closet. It was dark, confined, and bare except for a writing table and a telephone. He agreed to take no salary, insisting that his $100 a month go to supplement the meager official $50 a month of his secretary, Fräulein Steffek, whom he had brought over from the Danube and who was his single direct employee. The plan was to introduce a totally new currency, the Rentenmark, to be backed not by gold but by land. The bank issuing the new currency was granted a mortgage on all agricultural and industrial property, on which it could impose an annual levy of 5%, in effect, a tax on commercial real estate. Despite his new position, Schacht was as skeptical about the new plan's chances of success as almost everyone else in Germany. From the very first, he had scoffed at the idea of a land-based currency as a pure confidence trick. Currencies had to be backed by a highly liquid, easily transferable, internationally acceptable asset, such as gold. He found it hard to believe that. Someone being paid in the new currency would derive any comfort from the theoretical promise that those currency notes were ultimately convertible into some slab of inaccessible Thuringian woodland or Bavarian pasture, or perhaps of a communist-riddled Tsar factory. During the debate on the various currency reform plans, Schacht had forthrightly argued for gold as the foundation for a new currency. While no one could challenge the theoretical basis of his logic, the fatal difficulty had been that Germany simply did not have enough gold for the job. Before the war, the country had had a circulating currency of $1.5 billion, backed by just under $1 billion in gold. After 5 years of reparations and currency collapse, less than $150 million in gold remained. Moreover, the modest amount Germany did possess was in the hands of the Reichsbank, whose president, Rudolf von Havenstein, had been adamant that he would not part with an ounce to support something over which he had no control. While Schacht, usually a realist, had suggested that Germany try to build up its gold reserves by borrowing abroad, few people believed that a country that had defaulted on reparations the previous year and was now partly occupied by foreign troops would get even a hearing from international bankers. The most important, perhaps the defining, characteristic of the new currency was not that it theoretically rested on land, but that the amount to be issued was to be rigidly fixed at 2.4 billion Rentenmarks, equivalent to around $600 million. Grasping that the key to its credibility was to keep it sufficiently scarce, Schacht was determined to ensure that the amount in circulation did not exceed its statutory ceiling under any circumstances. And though he encountered considerable political pressure to relent, including from his cabinet colleagues, he stuck to his position. He was obstinate, almost brutal, about turning down loan requests from everyone: government agencies, municipalities, banks, or big industrialists. Fräulein Steffek has left a vivid picture of Schacht in those first few days. He sat on his chair and smoked in his little dark room at the Ministry of Finance, which still smelled of old floor cloths. Did he read letters? No, he read no letters. Did he write letters? No, he wrote no letters. But he telephoned a great deal. He telephoned in every direction and to every German and international place that had anything to do with money and foreign exchange. And he smoked. We did not eat much during that time. We usually went home late, often by the last suburban train, traveling third class. Apart from that, he did nothing. He took great pride in this portrait, which he never tired of repeating. He relished the image it evoked of the maverick financial genius operating masterfully on his own where established bankers had failed. For von Havenstein, the news of Schacht's appointment was the final humiliation. Though for the last 5 years he had presided over the single greatest debasement of a currency in history, he still refused to accept responsibility for the debacle. He kept insisting that it was not his fault, but the result of government mismanagement and the Allies' extortionary demands. When Stresemann came to power in August 1923, he tried to persuade von Havenstein to go of his own accord, arguing that the public had lost all confidence in the currency, and that to reverse this required not just a new medium of exchange but a new president of the Reichsbank. Von Havenstein had categorically refused. By November, the chorus of demands that he resign had spread all the way across the political spectrum, everyone except the furthest right nationalists. Only a few days earlier, the leading industrialists had branded him the father of the inflation. But the Reichsbank Autonomy Law of July 1922, ironically enacted at the insistence of the British, who hoped, by making the Reichsbank independent of the government, to curb inflation, had given the chief architect of inflation tenure for life. No one could understand why von Havenstein, who prided himself on his sense of service, clung so desperately and so humiliatingly to office in the face of such clamor. But he kept repeating that if he went, things would only get worse. How very few people could see. In many ways, it was precisely his pride as a public official that prevented him from resigning and thus acknowledging responsibility for the destruction of the mark and, with it, the savings of so many God-fearing Germans like himself. The most he would concede was that he might resign after a decent interval of several months so as to preserve his honor. Saddled with von Havenstein, Stresemann had simply bypassed him by creating the independent currency commissionership outside of the Reichsbank. And so, when the new currency was introduced on November 15, 1923, Germany found itself in the curious position of having two official currencies, the old Reichsmark and the new Rentenmark, circulating side by side, issued by two uniquely parallel central banks. At one end of town was Schacht, operating from his converted broom closet. At the other, von Havenstein, holed up and increasingly isolated and irrelevant in the Reichsbank's imposing red sandstone building on Jagerstrasse. Although the Reichsbank had now stopped providing money to the government, its printing presses still continued to roll out trillions of Reichsmarks to private businesses. Neither Schacht nor von Havenstein made any attempt to communicate with the other. The contrast between the two could not have been greater. Von Havenstein, a true gentleman of the old school, kind, courteous, but completely out of his depth, and Schacht, the arrogant upstart, quite prepared to confront the financial establishment and not caring on whose toes he trod. The whole justification for the new currency was to provide a stable alternative to the collapsed Reichsmark. The question immediately arose: at what rate could people convert their Reichsmarks into Rentenmarks? On November 12th, the Reichsmark was trading at 630 billion to the dollar. Some argued that the rate of conversion should be fixed at that point, but Schacht decided to wait. The black market price was still falling, and he wished to allow the selling to exhaust itself before he committed to a rate of conversion. Every day the Reichsmark plunged further, and every day he insisted on holding back. On November 14th, when it fell to 1.3 trillion, he did nothing. A day later, it was at 2.5 trillion, and still he sat on his hands. Finally, on November 20th, when the Reichsmark stood, if that is the word, at 4.2 trillion to the dollar, he fixed the conversion rate at 1 trillion Reichsmarks to a Rentenmark. The decision to wait those extra days, allowing the old currency to sink by another 80%, was a brilliant tactical move. The Reichsmark became so worthless that the government was able to buy back its many trillions of debt, valued at $30 billion when first issued, for only 190 million Rentenmarks, equivalent to about $45 million. For the next few days, marks, both new and old, continued to fall on the black market. On November 26th, the Reichsmark was trading at 11 trillion to the dollar in Cologne. Then the strangest thing began to happen. The exchange rate began to reverse itself. By December 10th, it was back at 4.2 trillion to the dollar. Within a few days, prices stabilized. When prices were so insanely rising, the average German had done everything he could to get rid of any cash he received as fast as possible. Now this spiral reversed itself. As prices began to hold and then fall, it became profitable to hang on to cash. Farmers, their confidence in money restored, began bringing produce to market, food reappeared in the shops, and those interminable queues began to melt away. Lord Diaburnon, the British ambassador, wrote of the astonishing appeasement and relief brought about by a touch of the magical wand of currency stability. The economic détente has brought in its train political pacification. Dictatorships and putsches are no longer discussed, and even the extreme parties have ceased, for the moment, from troubling. Not all of this was Schacht's doing. Stresemann and his cabinet colleagues backed the Rentenmark with a series of budgetary measures, suspending all subsidy payments to workers in the Ruhr, firing a quarter of the government workforce, and indexing all taxes to inflation, thus eliminating the incentive for taxpayers to delay payment. By January 1924, the budget was balanced. But it was Schacht who received the prime credit, fated in the press as the Wizard or the Miracle Man. Max Warburg once remarked that he supported Schacht because he always had good luck. That good fortune once more manifested itself. In early November, von Havenstein took a few days' leave of absence in order to get out of Berlin during the humiliation of Schacht's appointment, but he was also known to be seriously ill. In mid-November, he returned to his official apartment on the top floor of the Reichsbank. On November 20th, the day that Schacht fixed the conversion value of the new currency, von Havenstein, after a late evening meeting with his board, suddenly collapsed and died of a heart attack at 3:30 a.m. He was 66. There was something terribly tragic about this deeply well-intentioned man. Not simply a dutiful bureaucrat, he was by all accounts a wonderful human being. To Max Warburg, an extraordinarily sympathetic personality, with an unbending sense of duty and honorable character. He was universally admired, kind, principled, and considerate, always living up to the highest virtues of his class. During the war, while most households supplemented their rations by buying under the counter, von Havenstein not only refused to use the black market, but even donated some of his own paltry bread and meat ration stamps to the poor. In the last year, however, he seemed to have lost his grip on reality. Some said that the pressure he was under had made him prematurely senile, and few mourned his passing. While Schacht was von Havenstein's logical successor, his unusual gift for making enemies continued to dog him. The strongest opposition came from within the Reichsbank board, which considered him an unprincipled interloper. The whole Belgian episode resurfaced all over again. The only rival candidate, however, was Karl Helfrich, who as wartime Secretary of the Treasury had been responsible for the disastrous policies that had left Germany so buried under debt. Helfrich's political views, allied to a taste for polemics, had propelled him into the vanguard of the right-wing nationalists. Because of his vicious ad hominem attacks on democratic politicians, he was blamed for instigating the wave of assassinations by paramilitary vigilantes. Whatever reservations politicians of the center and left who formed the backbone of the government might have held about Schacht, he was infinitely better than Helfrich. December 20th, Schacht was appointed president of the Reichsbank. But despite the early success of the currency reform, Schacht was acutely aware that Germany's problems would not be solved by its efforts alone. Monetary stability was sustainable only while Germany could stall paying reparations. Ultimately, it would have to strike a deal with the Allies and resume some payments. And at that point, the mark would begin to plummet again. Schacht believed, moreover, that the Rentenmark, based as it was on the fictional security of land, could only offer a temporary solution, a bridge between chaos and hope, as he called it. Ultimately, any stable German currency would have to be backed by gold. Since the Reichsbank held less than $100 million of the metal, wholly insufficient as the basis for an economy the size of Germany's, he would have to find some way of borrowing from abroad to bring the gold backing to an adequate level. The United States was the obvious place to go. Of all the powers after the war, it was the only one with surplus capital. But for the past 3 years it had withdrawn from European affairs, though there were some signs that it was waking up to the need to re-engage. During his first few days in office, Schacht received some encouraging signals through many intermediaries, such as Gerard Vissering, the governor of the Nederlandisch Bank, that Montague Norman at. The Bank of England was keen to find some way of bringing Germany back into the world economy. Norman had to be one of the keys to re-establishing Germany's credit abroad. No major bank, in either London or New York, would think of lending money to Germany without a nod from him. Schacht's first action after taking over at the Reichsbank was to bring his family back from Switzerland. The second was to arrange a meeting with Norman in London. 11. The Dawes Opening. Germany, 1924. Be extremely subtle, even to the point of formlessness. Be extremely mysterious, even to the point of soundlessness. Thereby you can be director of the opponent's fate. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Schacht arrived at Liverpool Street Station in London on the boat train from Berlin at 10 o'clock p.m. On New Year's Eve, 1923. London Café Society was back in full swing after the war, the streets crowded with revelers. Schacht had arranged to be met by the economic counselor at the German embassy, Albert Dufour-Ferencz. As he stepped off the train, he also found waiting a tall man with a pointed grayish beard and shrewd discerning eyes, who, much to Schacht's surprise, introduced himself as Montague Norman. "I do hope we shall be friends," Norman said confidingly in his soft voice as he led Schacht to a cab. Before they parted, Norman insisted that they meet at Threadneedle Street the following morning, even though it was a holiday and the whole city would be shut. Schacht was taken aback by the warmth of his welcome and was even more bemused when he learned from Dufour-Ferencz how keen the governor had seemed to establish a personal bond with his German counterpart, insisting, "I want to get on well with him." Schacht was more than flattered that Norman would turn out to welcome him on a cold and foggy December evening when most people were celebrating. After all, he was the supplicant come to enlist help with the German economic crisis. He was also touched by the graciousness of the gesture. After the war, loathing of things German had run high across Europe, and Schacht had become accustomed to slights and petty insults by Allied officials when he traveled abroad. The next day, Norman collected Schacht from the Carlton Hotel in Mayfair, and they made their way to the bank through the empty streets. Covering a full block at the corner of Threadneedle and Princess Streets in the heart of the city, the bank, surrounded by a 40-foot windowless wall topped by balustrades, looked like some medieval citadel. One entered this fortress through two great bronze doors, behind which, hidden from public view, lay a labyrinth of colonnaded courtyards and domed banking halls. By the entrance rose a giant rotunda modeled on the Pantheon in Rome, and next to it was a beautiful private garden with a fountain and a lime tree, planted in the spring with hundreds of flower bulbs. It was a most unusual setting for the headquarters of a central bank, and very unlike the stern official-looking building from which Schacht now operated. After the enormous wartime expansion of the bank's activities, the halls and courtyards would normally have been as bustling and overcrowded as a bazaar, with young clerks, bill brokers, and top-hatted bankers from the discount houses scurrying between the bank and the investment firms located in the nearby streets and lanes. But that day the Warren was silent and deserted, like some vast, disused stage set. The governor's room was on the ground floor, overlooking a private courtyard. Norman, with his unbankerly taste for solitude and no family to hold him at home, could often be found here on weekends and holidays. Decorated in a neoclassical style, with paneled walls and a magnificent fireplace, the room was dominated by a large square mahogany table in the center. Instead of using a desk, the governor worked from this table, which was clear. No papers, just two phones. As the two men settled down for the day, they might have been sitting in the master's study of some historic Oxford college. After spending much of the morning discussing the German situation, Schacht finally got to his main object in coming to London. Though the Rentenmark was for the moment stable, it was not yet acceptable to foreigners, and hence could not provide the basis for loans to import goods from abroad. True recovery depended on getting international commerce moving again. Schacht proposed that the Bank of England lend a certain amount of capital to a new subsidiary of the Reichsbank to build up its sterling reserves and funds. He was asking for a mere $25 million, which, supplemented by a further $25 million that he hoped to raise from capital held abroad by German banks, would be enough to give the new subsidiary access to the London market and provide the nucleus for as much as $200 million in loans. This was a typically bold Schacht proposal, given the circumstances, almost outrageous. Germany was essentially bankrupt. It had destroyed its own currency, owed the Allies over $12 billion in reparations, and had defaulted on these, was partially occupied by French and Belgian troops, and now on the verge of disintegration. Schacht himself had barely been in office for 2 weeks, had been appointed in the teeth of fierce opposition, especially from within his own institution, and had yet to put his stamp on the place. For the bank to lend money to Germany and a deeply divided Reichsbank in the current circumstances would be almost foolhardy. Norman could not help being impressed with the audacity of his new acquaintance. Both men knew that a loan at this moment from an institution with the authority and prestige of the Bank of England would represent a dramatic gesture of support for Germany, and for Schacht personally. There could be no better seal of approval anywhere in the banking world, one that might in itself set in train a self-reinforcing migration of money back into the country. Norman had been trying over the years to find a way to help Germany. He had been shocked by the extent of the collapse of the German currency. In 1922, von Havenstein had come to see him for help. Though he had found his visitor to be quiet, modest, convincing, and a very attractive man, but so sad. With an attitude of almost hopelessness, he had declined to get involved, believing that the old president was not up to the task. One element in Schacht's plan was specifically designed to appeal to Norman: the proposal to base the new bank on the pound sterling. Not only was its capital to be denominated in sterling, it would make loans in sterling, and perhaps issue banknotes in pounds to circulate in Germany. Norman had been working to strengthen the pound by having other European central banks hold some of their reserves in sterling rather than gold. He had so far had some modest success with the idea. Austria and Hungary, like Germany ravaged by post-war inflation, had both pegged their currencies to the pound. But they were small nations of little economic significance. To bring a country such as Germany, despite its troubles still the largest economy within Europe, into the ambit of the pound would enormously bolster sterling's faltering position. Schacht's grasp of the multiple dimensions of the situation, his virtuosity in matters of finances, and his determination clearly impressed Norman, who agreed to the German plan after a single night's reflection. During the next few days, he shepherded Schacht around the city to introduce him to the directors of the bank. Few took to Schacht, finding him to be a pompous blowhard. But for these two polar opposites, the German parvenu, with a direct and aggressive style, and his English guide, with his old-fashioned manners and elliptical ways of thinking and talking, it was the beginning of a genuine and enduring friendship. For 4 years, Norman had stood on the sidelines and watched powerlessly as the situation in Germany had progressively deteriorated. With Schacht's arrival on the scene, however, he had found reason for hope. On January 7th, 3 days after Schacht left London, he wrote to Strong, "You know, of course, how precarious the position of Germany has been. Nonetheless, we are disposed to believe that there is now a chance, and probably the last chance, of preventing a complete collapse. The new president of the Reichsbank has been here for several days. He seems to know the situation from A to Z and to have, temporarily, more control of it than I should have believed possible. He is acting more resolutely than his predecessor, Havenstein." While Schacht and Norman were concocting their scheme, a team of American experts, with even greater ambitions to resolve the problems of German finances, was in mid-Atlantic steaming toward Europe on board a liner. Over the years, Germany had had no shortage of foreign experts willing to tell it how to stabilize its currency. The British ambassador, Viscount d'Auvergne, himself a currency expert, remarked that on arriving in Berlin, these advisors would be invited to entertainments after dinner. Like actresses with doubtful pasts, thereafter generally to meet a sad fate. During life, they empty every room in which they hold forth, and death finds them in madhouses. The monetary technicians had universally failed because it was not intellectual but financial help that Germany needed. This time, however, the experts were Americans, coming with the blessing of the U.S. government and the promise, so everyone hoped, of American money. Though the United States, frustrated by Europe and its quarrels, had withdrawn from active involvement in world affairs, there remained a faction within the administration, led by Herbert Hoover, the Secretary of Commerce, and Charles Evans Hughes, the Secretary of State, who had continued to push for some degree of engagement in the belief that European recovery was essential to American prosperity. In October 1923, Hughes took advantage of a Europe-wide mood of exhaustion with the issue of reparations to propose the creation of a new committee of experts. It was to include some prominent Americans, although in deference to the country's isolationist state of mind, they were not to have any official standing but were to act as concerned private citizens. Even Raymond Poincaré, the French Prime Minister, recognized that by invading the Ruhr, he had overplayed his hand and that France was for the present a spent force within Europe. He consented to the proposal subject to one firm condition. Under no circumstances was the committee to reconsider the total amount of reparations agreed to by all parties. The word reparations was not even to appear in the committee's remit. It was only to be asked to consider the means of balancing the budget and the measures to be taken to stabilize the currency, though no one could quite fathom how it was to accomplish these tasks without addressing the unmentionable issue. On November 30th, 1923, the Reparations Commission announced the appointment of 2 international committees of experts, the first to consider how to balance the German budget and stabilize the currency, the second to investigate how much German capital had been exported. The first and more important was to be composed of 10 men, 2 each from the United States, Britain, France, Belgium, and Italy. All Europe now awaited the arrival of the Americans. The leader of that delegation was Charles Gates Dawes, a Chicago banker, who had risen to the rank of brigadier general while serving in France with the American Expeditionary Force and had gone on to become the director of the budget in the Harding administration. He was a straight-talking Midwesterner with a long basset hound face who smoked an underslung Sherlock Holmes-style pipe and peppered his conversation with picturesque swear words. 23 asked by reporters, as he was preparing to embark, whether he was hopeful that reparations would ever be paid. He replied, "None of your damned business. It's no use you fellows getting brain fag by thinking up conundrums to put to me before the ship sails, because I do not intend to answer them. I can tell you that I am paying my own fare to France and am not receiving any pay for my services on the committee." When the reporters kept pressing him, he roared back, "Helen Maria, go away from me. I am about to lose my temper." His fellow expert was Owen D. Young, a farm boy from upstate New York who at the age of 40 had become president and chairman of the board of the General Electric Company, the 10th largest company in America, and was now also the president of the Radio Corporation of America, the darling of Wall Street. Young, tall, and lanky, with thinning black hair and the hollow, deep-set eyes of an ascetic, was a contrast to the garrulous Dawes, a man of few but well-chosen words. Both he and Dawes were wealthy men who not only refused to accept any compensation for the assignment, but also insisted on paying their own expenses. Though the American Party was eagerly awaited in Europe, few people gave the committees much chance of success. The gap between the Germans and the French seemed unbridgeable. The Germans argued that the collapse of the mark was proof enough of their bankruptcy, and that for them to pay reparations was impossible. The French, by contrast, saw the collapse of the mark as evidence of capital flight from Germany. How could it claim to be bankrupt when so many rich Germans seemed to be wandering around Europe? Every newspaper was filled with stories of German nouveau riches flaunting their newly acquired wealth in foreign watering holes, calling attention to themselves by their bad manners and flagrantly conspicuous consumption. The British were caught in the middle. Since the occupation of the Ruhr, public opinion had shifted decisively in favor of Germany, which the French were seen to be trying to dismember, using reparations as an excuse. The British government argued that reparations had to be scaled back. It was hard to see how a committee of technical experts, even if it did include some prominent Americans, could get the various parties to agree. After all, the premiers of Germany, France, Britain, Belgium, and Italy had met at least a dozen times, at Spa, at San Remo, at Cannes, and several times at conferences in Paris and London, without being able to find common ground, leaving a trail of failed negotiations, torn-up agreements, and bitter ill-feeling. Moreover, with the passage of time, the issue had become hopelessly entangled and complicated. The Commission itself had held some 400 sessions since its creation in 1919. The two Americans were amateurs who knew very little about the technical details, but each represented that new and distinctively American breed, the businessman turned political troubleshooter who was much like his cousin, the Wall Street lawyer turned diplomat. They were down-to-earth practical men who, though they might know little about the precise problem at hand, prided themselves on their ability to cut through rhetoric and obfuscation and come up with a solution by applying simple, old-fashioned American common sense. On the transatlantic voyage, the American team, General Dawes, his brother Rufus, who was to be the committee's chief of staff, Owen Young, and various aides seconded from government departments in Washington, debated their strategy. Some argued that the committee should cut through the confusion and go directly to the heart of the matter, explicitly recognize that Germany simply could not pay what was demanded of it, estimate what it could come up with, and recommend that figure as what it should pay. Young took the position that the simple and direct approach would not work. The total figure for reparations, $12.5 billion, was too politically charged a number, particularly in France. Tampering with it would inevitably lead to confrontation. To challenge the French at this stage of the negotiations would bog them down in the sort of wrangling that had produced no results for the last 3 years. Instead, Young proposed that the committee focus on the very limited but achievable goal of reducing the amount Germany would have to pay in the immediate future to a more manageable level. The committee should jettison the whole concept of capacity to pay, he argued. It was impossible to know what this number was. Too many imponderables entered into the calculation, involving such questions as, how much could taxes be raised without triggering mass protest? How tightly could imports be squeezed without precipitating a collapse in production? How far could wages be reduced without provoking labor unrest? No one could agree on the answers to such cosmic questions. What was needed was a completely new approach to the problem. In its place, he proposed an alternative criterion. The German public should be required to shoulder the same tax burden as British and French taxpayers. Britain and France had to tap their tax revenues to pay interest on their own internal debts. Germany had inflated away its internal public debt. The Germans, therefore, had a natural surplus from which they could afford to pay reparations. Here was a principle that was easily quantifiable, would be viewed as fair in the court of world public opinion, and would be hard for Germany to argue against. It injected both the element of novelty and a defensible moral principle into the whole discussion. Landing at Le Havre on January 7th, the Americans traveled by train to Paris, where they checked into the Ritz. On January 14th, the 10-man expert committee held its first meeting at the offices of the Reparations Commission, housed in the Hotel Astoria, a Belle Époque hotel de luxe situated at the top of the Champs-Élysées by the Arc de Triomphe. Before the war, the hotel had been popular with rich visiting shoppers, but its conveniently central location and wonderful view of the Arc doomed it to spend the next 30 years under constant requisition by whichever government happened to be in power. The German invasion plans of 1914 had it earmarked for the Kaiser's Paris headquarters. In August 1914, it had been shut down by the French authorities because the owner was suspected of being a German spy. In 1919, it had provided one of the homes of the 200-strong British delegation to the peace conference. In 1921, while all the other great hotels were profiting from the enormous influx of tourists drawn to Paris by the cheap franc, the Astoria was taken over by the Reparations Commission. Though the Europeans were the most knowledgeable on the technical details about reparations, the Americans came to dominate the proceedings. Dawes neither possessed, nor pretended to, the financial expertise to unravel the tangle of claims and counterclaims. He was the cheerleader of the committee, its public face, who used an extensive network of friends within France accumulated during the war to smooth relations with the prickly French. The press loved him. With his quaint pipe and his picturesque language, he called the German nationalists those foul and carrion-loving vultures, and derided economic experts for their impenetrable and colossal fogbank of opinion. He made great copy. Young was the brains of the operation. He and Dawes were joined by a third American, Colonel James Logan, Strong's fraternity mate from the family, who had first come to Paris in 1914 and stayed on after the war and was now the U.S. observer to the Reparations Commission. Through a combination of charm and force of personality, he had become a figure of some renown in Parisian social and diplomatic circles, entertaining so frequently at Voisin's, the famous three-star restaurant on the Rue Saint-Honoré, that it was nicknamed Logis by visiting American diplomats. Though only an observer, without any official status, Logan had done more than almost anyone else to keep the United States engaged in continental affairs, and was viewed as the unofficial U.S. ambassador to Europe. As the committee began its deliberations, it found itself facing two tasks. The first was to persuade the French to accede to a lower payment schedule, at least temporarily, to which they would only agree if stringent foreign controls were imposed on the management of German finances. The French saw German hyperinflation as part of a deliberate campaign by its officials to wreck their own economy and thus prevent reparations from being paid. Some mechanism for preventing any future sabotage of Germany's finances had to be put in place. The second task was therefore to persuade the Germans to accept such an imposition. The first task became much easier when within a week of the delegation's arrival, France was plunged into its own financial crisis. French finances since the war had been a cross between those of Germany and of Britain. The war had cost it dearly, in blood and money. In the immediate aftermath, it was forced to spend $4 billion on reconstructing the liberated territories. Still unreconciled to its enormous sacrifices, the French government refused to raise taxes to pay for this, stubbornly clinging to the illusion that the costs would eventually be recouped from Germany. Les Botches paieront, the Krauts will pay, was the refrain. Like Germany, therefore, France had been slow to bring its deficits under control. 5 years after the war, the government was still borrowing $1 billion a year. The French financial situation was exacerbated by a hopelessly primitive system of public accounts. Despite its much vaunted corps of inspectors de finances, there were huge gaps in its books, and no one seemed to know precisely how much had been spent during the war, on what and by whom. It was even hard to reckon the total amount of borrowings. In 1922, an audit discovered that the volume of national defense bonds issued had been overestimated by the equivalent of $500 million. Controls over money flowing in and out of the Treasury were so rudimentary that during the coming crisis, in a swindle that was never to be solved, $150 million of national defense bonds that were generally issued in bearer form and therefore untraceable disappeared mysteriously from the Treasury. In relative terms, the equivalent today would be a fraud of $30 billion. But unlike its German counterpart, the Banque de France was determined to reassert its independence after the war and refused to float the government any longer. Though the French government was able to borrow in the open market because of the high savings rate of its citizens, most of the debt was short-term, had to be constantly rolled over, and the government was forced to live a sort of hand-to-mouth existence, always nervous that suddenly its creditors would get fed up and go on a lending strike. Before the war, there had been just over 5 French francs to the dollar. By the early 1920s, following the wartime trebling of French prices, the franc had stabilized at about a third of its pre-war level, about 15 to the dollar. During the latter half of 1923, it became apparent that the invasion of the Ruhr had been a failure, and the likelihood of France being able to cover its budget deficit from reparations was increasingly remote. By the beginning of 1924, the exchange rate had fallen to 20 francs to the dollar. On January 14th, the day the Dawes Committee, as it was now being called, began its deliberations, the exchange value of the franc plunged by around 10% in a single day. Though it appeared to steady during the next few weeks, it began falling again after mid-February, and in 2 days, March 6th and 7th, lost another 10%, reaching 27 francs to the dollar on March 8th. There were scenes of pandemonium in the salle de banquiers at the Bourse as a wildly gesticulating crowd of currency brokers and bankers' agents frantically tried to unload their francs. The authorities were adamant that foreign speculators, orchestrated in a grand conspiracy by the German government, were to blame. Convinced that finance had become war by other means, officials resorted to military analogies. Prime Minister Poincaré declared in the National Assembly that he had in his possession a secret document outlining a plan for an offensive against the franc, which Stresemann was supposed to have circulated to a conclave of German bankers at the Hotel Adlon. The attack was to be launched from Amsterdam, where German business houses had allegedly accumulated a reserve fund of 13 billion francs. It was reported in a U.S. newspaper that the Lutheran pastors of America had received a letter suggesting that they urged their flock to dump francs in order to assist in bringing France to her knees. The French were then, and would remain for many decades, obsessed with the specter of foreign speculators. Keynes described their attitude in the preface specially. Written for the French edition, the Tract on Monetary Reform. Each time the franc loses value, the Minister of Finance is convinced that the fact arises from everything but economic causes. He attributes it to the presence of a foreigner in the neighborhood of the Bourse or to the mysterious and malignant influences of speculation. This is not far removed intellectually from an African witch doctor's ascription of cattle disease to the evil eye of a bystander and of bad weather to the unsatisfied appetites of an idol. On March 13th, the French government announced that J.P. Morgan & Co. As for Germany, the Dawes Committee quickly recognized that much had changed in the month since it had been appointed. The economic situation had been transformed. The currency was stabilized and the budget was swinging back into balance. Meanwhile, Everyone was acclaiming Schacht, the miracle worker. In the middle of January 1924, Schacht, by now back in Berlin, received an invitation. He called it a summons to appear before the committee in Paris. Arriving on Saturday, January 19th, he made the first of his many presentations to the experts at the Hotel Astoria that same afternoon. As he sat on a stool of repentance in the middle of the room, like a prisoner in the dock, with the experts ranked before him like hanging judges, it was hard for him to hide his resentment at his country's future being determined in a converted hotel dining room in Paris. On Monday, January 21st, he appeared again for 3 hours and testified the next day as well. Although he grumbled that all these presentations were taking him away from the important business of getting the German currency into shape, he clearly relished the spotlight. Speaking without notes, he described the situation in Germany in 1919, drained dry by the war. The impact of reparations and inflation, the currency reform, the workings of the new Rentenmark, and the plans for the new gold discount bank he was putting together. As he responded in fluent French or English to the committee's questions, he found it hard to keep that inevitable note of self-congratulation out of his replies. His pride is equaled only by his ability and desire for domination, wrote Dawes in his journal that evening. Nevertheless, the committee could not help being impressed by his grasp of the situation. Alerted from the start to the size of Schacht's ego, Dawes noting that the most remarkable revelation of character came when Schacht baldly told the commission, as long he was president of the Reichsbank, he was the bank. The committee went out of its way to court him and involve him at every stage in their deliberations. It decided that it was essential to get Schacht on board in any scheme of foreign supervision of German monetary policy. It dared not risk a confrontation that might undermine or derail his very successful efforts to stabilize the currency, thus provoking a flight of capital that would only compound its difficulties. But it also feared that if it allowed him to get too far ahead of it in his own plans, it might later prove difficult to rein him in. In the space of only 2 months, Schacht had gone from being a relatively obscure banker to becoming the key German official to deal with, the man who could deliver. Alexander Millerand, the president of the Republic, invited him to the Élysée. It was even strongly suggested that he call on the Germanophobe Poincaré, instigator of the Ruhr invasion. When Schacht declared that he was open to such an invitation, he was told that protocol required that he take the initiative by requesting an audience. He duly complied, presenting himself punctually at 5 p.m. one evening at Poincaré's offices on the Quai d'Orsay. But when the Prime Minister kept him waiting for 30 minutes, Schacht, prickly as ever, stormed out and had to be coaxed back by a group of alarmed functionaries. On January 31st, the committee of experts traveled to Berlin by special train, the first train to go directly from Paris to Berlin since the war, to see for itself the hardships wrought thus far by reparations. German officials, keen to ensure that the visitors obtain enough of an impression of their people's privations, arranged for the electricity in the hotels housing the commission to be deliberately shut off early. In dealing with the committee, Schacht faced a real dilemma. On the one hand, he was enough of a realist to recognize that while it needed him, he could not afford to alienate it. He could only go so far on his own. Only a group of foreign experts would have the stature to negotiate lower reparations or make it possible to mobilize a foreign loan. Typically, though, one of his biggest concerns seems to have been that the foreigners might try to take the credit for his achievements. On the other hand, he remained convinced that Germany could not afford to pay anywhere close to the reparations envisaged by the London schedule. He believed that the Dawes approach of not tampering with the total amount of obligations was fundamentally flawed. For the moment, however, he held his peace. Over the next few weeks, Schacht became the critical German interlocutor for the committee when it came to financial reform and the Reichsbank. Although mutual interest kept both parties scrupulously polite to each other, there nevertheless remained an undercurrent of tension in their dealings. On April 9th, the committee issued its plan. As Young had insisted, it very deliberately avoided pronouncing either on the total amount of reparations that Germany should owe or the period over which they should be paid, but focused purely on what should be paid over the next few years. It proposed that Germany begin at $250 million in the first year, and progressively increased the amount to $600 million a year by the end of the decade. By one calculation, using some plausible assumptions about the total period over which Germany might remain obligated, the practical effect of the Dawes Plan was to reduce Germany's debt from $12.5 billion to around $8 to $10 billion. But the plan's most novel feature was to put in place an ingenious mechanism to ensure that reparations could not undermine the mark as they had in 1922 to 23. The money to pay reparations was to be raised initially in marks by the German government and paid into a special escrow account in the Reichsbank, where it would fall under the control of an agent general for reparations who would be responsible for deciding whether these funds could be safely transferred abroad without disrupting the value of the mark. The power was vested in this new office to decide how these funds should be put to use, whether to be paid out abroad, used to buy German goods, or even to provide credit to local businesses. The agent general would be in a remarkably strong position, a sort of economic proconsul or viceroy. To make his impartiality completely transparent, the committee recommended that he be an American. A second and ultimately the central feature of the Dawes Plan was that a loan of $200 million be raised abroad to help pay the first year of reparations, to recapitalize the Reichsbank and build up enough gold reserves to jumpstart the domestic economy. Although the French pressed to move the Reichsbank totally out of Germany, possibly to Amsterdam, the rest of the committee recognized that this would be the ultimate humiliation, putting Germany on the same footing as the indigent nations of Egypt and Turkey. In the words of one participant, it would Turkify the German economy. Instead, the committee managed to persuade all parties, even the French and the Germans, that the Reichsbank should be kept in Berlin but placed under the control of a 14-member board, 7 foreigners and 7 Germans, one of whom would of course be Schacht. In July 1924, the Allies convened a conference in London on how to implement the Dawes Plan. It was the greatest gathering of statesmen since the Paris Peace Conference of 1919. Ramsay MacDonald, the first socialist prime minister of Britain, who doubled as his own foreign secretary, presided. Among his guests were Édouard Herriot, the new radical prime minister of France, the prime ministers of Belgium and of Italy, and the ambassador of Japan. The United States had initially planned not to attend, for fear of being tainted by too close an association with reparations, then viewed as a horrible European disease. However, when the British government allowed its official invitation to the United States to be leaked, the Coolidge administration, which had played such an important part in getting the Dawes Plan started, felt that it could not refuse, without undermining its own efforts, and decided on a public show of support. Frank Kellogg, the white-haired U.S. ambassador to Great Britain, was assigned to lead the U.S. delegation. Such was the interest within the administration in the outcome of the Dawes Plan that several cabinet members contrived to find excuses to be in London. Charles Evans Hughes, the Secretary of State, arrived ostensibly to attend the annual meeting of the American Bar Association, while Andrew Mellon, the Secretary of the Treasury, decided that this was an opportune moment to pass through London for some grouse shooting and possibly to see his Savile Row tailor. Despite all these political luminaries, the central figures in the negotiations were to be 2 bankers, Montague Norman and Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan. But during February and March, as the nature of the Dawes Committee's recommendations gradually filtered out, he had begun to change his mind. The heart of the plan, and the reparations settlement it envisaged, was the international loan, over whose terms, Norman realized, he was in a position to exert enormous leverage. The business of lending to foreign governments was historically one of the more glamorous aspects of banking. Before the war, lending had been firmly in the hands of 2 British banks with long and storied histories, Baring Brothers and Rothschilds. Barings was the oldest merchant bank in London. The male descendants of all 5 of the sons of the original founder, Thomas Baring, now sat in the House of Lords. In 1802, it had helped the U.S. government finance the purchase of the Louisiana Territory from a Napoleon desperate for cash. So great was its authority at one time, that the Duc de Richelieu in 1817 spoke of the 6 main powers in Europe: Britain, France, Austria-Hungary, Russia, Prussia, and Baring Brothers. Rothschilds had had an even more eventful history. The family had made its fortune during the Napoleonic Wars. With 5 branches of the family spread across Europe, in London, Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, and Naples, It had the most extensive network of contacts of any bank, and its sources of information were legendary. One story was that the family had learned, by homing pigeon, of Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo a day before the rest of London, including before the government itself, and had made an enormous fortune by buying up government bonds. The story was, in fact, seriously wrong. Although Rothschilds did learn of the victory before anyone else in London, it actually lost money from betting that the war would still go on for a while by having large amounts of gold bullion in stock, but the myth remained. So great was the Rothschild mystique that the economist J.A. Hobson, echoing a widely shared opinion, wrote in 1902 that no great war could be undertaken by any European state if the House of Rothschild and its connections set their face against it. But after the war, with London itself short of capital, the Bank of England had had to impose an unofficial embargo on foreign loans by British houses, and both banks were shadows of their former selves. The mantle of banker to the world shifted from Britain to the United States, though American money, and used to the vagaries of international politics, flowed in fits and starts. The three American firms that had come to dominate the sovereign loan market were the National City Bank, Kuhn Loeb, and, not the largest but the most prestigious, J.P. Morgan & Co. The House of Morgan had been powerful before the war, helping to finance and restructure the steel, railway, and shipping industries. It had even bailed out the U.S. government in 1895 and saved the banking system in 1907. But its business had been largely domestic. Pierpont Morgan himself had indeed been a well-known figure in Europe, and his father, Junius Morgan, had helped the French government raise money to pay the indemnity after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. But in international ranking, J.P. Morgan & Co. The war had transformed its position. Chosen as the sole purchasing agent of both the British and the French governments in 1914, it had become a power unto itself. Its 14 partners, who sat together in a large gloomy common office where they could overhear one another's conversations, now supposedly earned an average of $2 million a year. When the war ended, Morgan's became the natural conduit of American money into Europe. Its status as one of the great powers to be reckoned with was confirmed in July 1920, when a group of anarchists, instead of targeting a head of state or government as it might have done before the war, chose to place a bomb outside the offices of J.P. Morgan & Co. No one exemplified the new role of banker-statesman better than Thomas Lamont, by 1924 the most senior partner after Jack Morgan. The urbane and ever-charming Lamont seemed to have been born under a lucky star. The son of an austere Methodist minister, young Thomas had spent his youth growing up in New England village parsonages, brought up to believe that dancing, playing, and even leisurely Sunday strolls were sinful. He attended Phillips Exeter Academy and Harvard on scholarship, and became a financial reporter for the New York Tribune, but finding it hard to raise a family on a journalist's salary, he entered the food distribution business. Like Benjamin Strong, a resident of Englewood, New Jersey, he had been plucked from obscurity by Henry Davison, whom he encountered one evening on the commuter train from New York and who was supposed to have recruited him then and there as secretary-treasurer at Bankers Trust. In 1911, following in Davison's footsteps, Lamont was offered a partnershipy Pierpont Morgan, then the most prestigious and lucrative job on Wall Street. Lamont initially declined, saying that he wished to have the freedom to travel for 3 months a year. But Mr. Morgan insisted and Lamont, unsurprisingly, gave way. His involvement as a Morgan partner in the wartime finances of Britain and France brought him a place on the U.S. reparations team at the peace conference. After the war, though a Republican, he broke with the isolationist wing of his party and became a committed internationalist. In those early post-war years, he was the financial emissary par excellence. In 1920, he was in China and Japan. In 1921, in Mexico City as chairman of the International Committee of Bankers for Mexico. In early 1923, in Europe planning a loan to Austria and advising the Italian government. Everywhere he went he was received with the pomp and the deference due to a head of state. In May 1922, when Davison suddenly died of cancer, Lamont stepped into his shoes. His outside activities not only reinforced the impression that here was a man of the new aristocracy, they also added to his aura of effortless grace. He acquired Alexander Hamilton's old newspaper, the New York Evening Post, and helped start and finance the Saturday Review of Literature. He had friends who were writers. At his dinner table one might find H.G. Wells or André Maurois or John Masefield. Just before the conference was to open, Lamont was dispatched to London with a watching brief for the House of Morgan during the negotiations. He quickly fell under the spell of Norman, who seemed to have an uncanny ability to take visiting American bankers under his wing and fashion them to his own ends. Though Norman suddenly collapsed from nervous exhaustion, just as the conference was about to open and lay bedridden for a week, by July 15th, he was back in the thick of the action. At the invitation of Prime Minister MacDonald, the two bankers set forth the main conditions that investors would demand before lending money under the Dawes Plan. Recognizing that those who would provide the capital had enormous leverage, Norman insisted that neither British nor American bankers touch the loan until the French are out of the Ruhr bag and baggage, and to preclude any further such preemptive and unilateral military actions by France, the right to declare Germany in default of its payments was to be vested, not in the Reparations Commission, dominated as it was by the French, but in an independent agency to be run by a neutral American. For the next 4 weeks, the negotiations centered on these 2 points. Every time the politicians seemed about to stitch together a compromise and to paper over their differences, the two bankers, led largely by Norman, although Lamont was the spokesman, would return insistently to these core proposals, which, they kept reiterating, were not political dictates set by some hidden money power, but simply the most elementary conditions that any investors would require as security before committing capital to Germany. Prime Minister MacDonald, a socialist and erstwhile pacifist, with a jaundiced view of bankers and their motives, tried to bully the pair with denunciations of their meddling in politics. Owen Young tried to browbeat them into softening their conditions, threatening to go around Morgan's and arrange a loan, though Dillon read. All to no avail. The leader of the French delegation, Prime Minister Herriot, by background a historian more at home in the left-bank literary salons of Paris than laboring over financial minutiae in a conference room, came to the negotiating table radically unprepared and found himself outfoxed at every turn. A passionate and emotional intellectual, he injected a certain operatic quality into the proceedings by more than once publicly bursting into tears of frustration. He was constantly at odds with his 40-man team, a motley crew of cabinet colleagues, socialist deputies, and provincial radical committee presidents, a swarming, gesticulating, vociferous horde of amateur diplomats who turned the lobby of the French embassy in London into a public meeting hall without a chairman to arbitrate disputes and without police to throw out the disorderly. At one point, Herriot and his Minister of War, General Charles Nollet, got into such a long altercation at an evening meeting at 10 Downing Street that MacDonald declared an adjournment and went to bed. Even then, the two Frenchmen continued to harangue each other as they left the building and stood screaming insults at each other in the middle of Downing Street. Herriot called upon Lamont at his residence in Audley Square to plead with him, reminding him of the historic ties between France and the House of Morgan, but Lamont refused to make any concessions. Instead, over the next few weeks, Lamont tightened the screws by making it clear that unless the French became more amenable, Morgan's might find it extremely difficult to roll over the loan it had raised for them earlier in the year. The humiliating spectacle of Anglo-Saxon bankers dictating to their politicians infuriated French public opinion. The Parisian paper Le Petit Bleu declared that Europe shall not become a vast field of exploitation with its only government of vast bankers combined. Edwin James of the New York Times reported that many Frenchmen were convinced that America's only purpose is to make some more money out of Europe's misfortunes, and that instead of helping France get reparations, the Americans are working on Shylock lines for the preliminary loan. In the United States, as highly respected a newspaper as the Springfield Republican commented, in the lean years that follow an exhausting war, financiers outrank generals. No loan, no Dawes Plan. No Dawes Plan, no settlement. No settlement, no peace in Europe. By the beginning of August, the bankers had one. The only concession the French were able to extract was to delay their withdrawal from the Ruhr by a year. Germany was invited to send a delegation to finalize the arrangements. On August 3rd, The German delegation, led by Chancellor Marx and including Gustav Stresemann, now Foreign Minister, Finance Minister Hans Luther, Secretary of State Schubert, and Schacht, arrived at the London Ritz. The first plenary session took place on August 5th, the first formal meeting between the respective heads of the German and French governments since the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. For the next 10 days, as the interminable wrangling began, the conference staggered from one crisis to another, constantly verging on the edge of collapse. The procedure for declaring a default specified that sanctions could be imposed only in the event of a flagrant failure on the part of Germany to fulfill its obligations. The Germans demanded a definition of flagrant. That bickering consumed a day. The French had agreed to withdraw from the Ruhr after a year. The Germans wanted to know when the year would begin, and further demanded that the evacuation be completed within a year. Finally, on August 14th, the definitive terms were submitted to the German delegation, who were granted the night to accept or reject them. The Germans gathered in one of the rooms at the Ritz for an all-night session. Each of them spoke his mind. As dawn arrived, the Chancellor went around the room with a last poll. All voted for acceptance, except for Schacht, who said, in his harsh Frisian accent, "We cannot accept the terms. We can never fulfill them." He insisted that the Dawes Plan's failure to reduce the total level of reparations was its fatal flaw. But it was Stresemann who had the final word. "We must get the French out of the Ruhr. We must free the Rhineland. We must accept." On the surface, the Dawes Plan appeared to be the turning point for Europe. The wrangling over reparations, which had consumed the energy of officials for the last 5 years, seemed to be over. In September, the loan that formed the basis of the plan was successfully floated in New York and London. It started a boom in lending to Germany by American banks that was to fuel a recovery in its economy for the next several years and bring stability to the new currency. Young, the true architect of the plan, had believed that in the climate of bitterness and recrimination prevailing in 1924, Europe would be able to improvise its way toward an eventual solution only by avoiding confronting its problems head-on. The plan had therefore very deliberately swept a whole series of issues under the carpet. The total bill for reparations remained unspecified. As a result, resentment within Germany continued to fester just below the surface. Moreover, the new German prosperity depended on what Keynes described as a great circular flow of paper across the Atlantic. The United States lends money to Germany, Germany transfers its equivalent to the Allies pay it back to the United States government. Nothing real passes. No one is a penny the worse. The engraver's dies, the printer's forms are busier. But no one eats less, no one works more. No one was willing to predict what would happen once the music stopped. Nevertheless, the initial fanfare associated with the plan did catapult Charles Dawes, hitherto a relatively obscure financier, to fame and fortune. Summer of 1924, Coolidge selected him to be his running mate. Dawes was elected Vice President of the United States that autumn, for having bought time for Europe and at least created the illusion that the continent's battles over money were finally over. He was awarded the 1925 Nobel Prize for Peace. 1925. I never knew a man who had better motives for all the trouble he caused. Graham Greene, the quiet American. By 1924, London had shaken off the grim austerity of the war years and was basking happily and prosperously, as Robert Graves put it, in the full sunshine of peace. The shops were crowded, the theaters and cinemas filled to capacity, the streets jammed with traffic. Regent Street had been made over and transformed into a broad thoroughfare, its refurbished buildings gleaming. Whereas in Germany, a demobilized army officer might find his calling in a right-wing death squad, his counterpart in Britain had plunged into commercial life. It was said that most of the fleets of motor buses that jammed the streets of London were owned and operated by syndicates of former army officers. There was a new freedom in the air. At night, in the West End, the bright young things who set the pace for London society had discovered dancing. The jog-trot, the vampire, the camel walk, the shimmy, and most infamous of all, the Charleston. That, and a modest relaxation in the wartime liquor licensing laws, had fueled an explosion in the number of nightclubs. On Bond Street was the Embassy Club, a favorite haunt of the Prince of Wales and the Smart Set. In the Haymarket was the fashionable Kit Kat Club, which boasted a dance floor for 400 and was where Edwina and Dickie Mountbatten could be found most evenings. At 43, Gerrard Street was the more raffish and bohemian 43 Club, frequented by, among others, the Crown Prince of Sweden, Prince Nicholas of Romania, Tallulah Bankhead, Augustus John, and Joseph Conrad. In April 1924, in a scandal that shook all London society, it was raided by the police and one of its members, the well-known London restaurateur Brilliant Chong, was arrested for running a cocaine ring. But while London and the Southeast were celebrating the return of peace and prosperity, not more than 100 miles north of the capital was another country. The industrial heartland of Britain, the Midlands and the North, was struggling while London danced. The great traditional industries, the cotton mills of Lancashire, the coal mines of Nottinghamshire and South Wales, and the shipbuilding yards along the Tyne, once the engines of the Victorian boom, but now priced out of world markets, had fallen into a severe slump. Textile exports were half of what they had been in 1913, and it was the same with coal. Over 1.25 million men were unemployed and another million were on part-time work. In some places, the dreary colliery districts of Yorkshire or the blighted shipbuilding town of Jarrow, 1 man out of every 2 was on the dole. The irony was that Britain's economic troubles were not the result of ineptitude or the wages of financial sin, but the unfortunate side effect of a high degree of financial piety and rectitude. The decision to deflate the economy in 1920 and 1921 to reverse wartime inflation had partially succeeded. Prices came down by 50% from their post-war peak and the weakness in the currency was reversed. The pound, which had touched $3.20, had rebounded fitfully and erratically to $4.30. But the price of financial orthodoxy had been stiff. While Britain had recovered from the recession of 1921, the rebound had been muted. The City of London, finding it difficult to compete with New York for funds, had been forced to impose a regime of high interest rates, and unemployment remained stubbornly stuck above 10%. The comparison between Britain and France was striking. Solid conservative Britain had pursued the most orthodox and prudent financial policies of any European power, refusing to inflate its way out of debt or to allow its currency to collapse, and had been rewarded with the highest unemployment rate in Europe and a limping economy. By contrast, France had been invaded during the war, suffered the highest ratio of casualties of any country other than Serbia, and seen large tracts of its most productive land leveled and destroyed. After the war, the French had resorted to inflation to lighten the burden of debt, and to a weak franc to steal a march on the British by cheapening their goods. Though the government had continuously staggered on the edge of insolvency since the war, the overall economy had done well. Exports had boomed. The number of unemployed in France was a fraction of that in Britain. As one contemporary journalist summarized it, while England is financially sound and economically sick, France is economically sound and financially sick. All of this self-inflicted pain might have been worthwhile if in the process Britain had been able to achieve its overriding post-war economic objective, the restoration of the pound to its pre-war pedestal. But even here the rewards of virtue proved to be elusive. By the fall of 1924, the pound was stuck. Having floated at around $4.35 for 2 years, it seemed unable to rise any further. Despite mass unemployment and high interest rates, prices in Britain still remained stubbornly elevated compared to the United States. Even if by most calculations the discrepancy was only 10%, that last 10% was proving to be the hardest. Facing an economy in poor shape, prices that were too high, and a currency apparently stuck some 15% below its pre-war parity, one school of economists argued that the authorities should abandon their dogged attempt to depress prices further, and with it the goal of restoring the pre-war exchange rate. Any attempt in the current circumstances to return to gold at the old parity would just throw hundreds of thousands more people out of work. They argued that a new level for the pound should be selected that reflected the realities of post-war Britain. The changed international environment, the new competition, Britain's higher cost structure, and the transformation in its international balance sheet brought about by war. To Norman and the purists within the Bank of England, this was unacceptable. They continued to press for a return to the old gold rate of $4.86, seeing it as a moral commitment on the part of the British nation to those around the world who had placed their assets, their confidence, and their trust in Britain and its. Even the most orthodox among them, like Norman, who in 1918 had wanted to return to gold the moment the guns stopped firing, conceded that the time was not right. The Cunliffe Committee of 1918 had originally estimated that it might take as much as a decade for Britain to return to the gold standard. In 1924, another committee, under the chairmanship of Austen Chamberlain, also recommended a delay of some years. Britain's economy was still not in shape to withstand the harsh medicine of a rise in its currency and the strictures of the gold standard. The success of the Dawes Plan had been seen as a giant step in restoring financial order to continental Europe. The spotlight now shifted to Britain and the pound. With the mark stabilized and now fixed against gold, the universal question was, when would sterling follow? It was an uncomfortable position for Norman. He hated the prospect of having to operate under the white light of publicity. As he complained to Strong, "You know how controversial a subject it is, and how it is everybody's business." He did worry that Britain was being left behind. Germany, Sweden, Poland, Austria, and Hungary had already returned to gold, while the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa were all making plans to do so in the near future. Once all these currencies were stabilized, it would be hard to retain the pound's financial and trading preeminence. Merchants and investors would soon begin looking for an alternative. His fears that the newly stabilized mark might become the strongest on the continent and supplant the pound were echoed by others in the city who warned that further delay would hand over to Germany the financial scepter in Europe. Even Strong began kidding him that sterling was rather far behind in the procession. In November 1924, the political situation changed suddenly and dramatically. Since the war, Britain had faced an unusual series of fragile coalition and minority governments. The immediate post-war coalition of conservatives and Lloyd George liberals was followed in 1922 by a conservative government, initially led by the dying Bonner Law, and 6 months later by Stanley Baldwin. In January 1924, a minority Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald took over, but that November, a wave of anti-communist sentiment, fueled by the publication of a fraudulent letter linking the Labour Party to the Soviet Union, led to a conservative landslide. Norman's close friend Stanley Baldwin resumed the reins of power. To everyone's surprise, Winston Churchill was appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, the second most powerful position in government. No one was more taken aback by the appointment than Churchill himself. He was then a few days shy of 50. After a spectacular early career, Home Secretary at the age of 35 and First Lord of the Admiralty in 1911, he had fallen on hard times. The debacle at Gallipoli in 1915 had been a turning point. Politically damaged, he had gone off to fight on the Western Front, continued to deliver his brilliant speeches, and had become a follower of Lloyd George. When the Welsh wizard was ousted in 1922, Churchill had lost his seat in Parliament and spent the next 2 years trying to rehabilitate himself. It was a daunting task. Within political circles, he was almost universally distrusted as a man who had changed parties not just once, but twice. In 1903, after the Tories had split over free trade and their political fortunes seemed bleak, he had crossed the floor to join the Liberals, becoming a junior minister in barely 2 years. Now again, in 1924, as the Liberals were being shunted into the political wilderness, he had abandoned them, although for the sake of form he did not formally join the Conservatives for several more years. Many people thought that vaulting ambition and poor judgment were hereditary traits of the Churchills, echoing Gladstone's verdict, "There never was a Churchill, from John Marlborough down, that had either morals or principles." When Baldwin first offered him the chancellorship, Churchill himself was caught so much by surprise that, for a moment, he thought he was being offered the position of Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a sinecure office that served, and still serves, as a general utility post for junior ministers. So keen was he to return to power that he even toyed with the idea of accepting this position, which he had held a decade earlier in the aftermath of the Gallipoli disaster and had resigned in despair. When his appointment as Chancellor was finally announced, there was outrage in the Conservative ranks, one minister complaining that he could not understand how anybody can put their faith in a Man who changes sides, just when he thinks it is to his own personal advantage to do so, and lamenting that the turbulent pushing busybody Winston will split the party. But Baldwin was willing to weather the reaction of his many diehards, because, it was said, he wanted Churchill inside the government where he could keep an eye on him rather than outside, where he could only cause mischief. Though everyone acknowledged his talents, formidable energy, exuberance, and restless imagination, many, particularly the more reactionary Tories, viewed Churchill as a pushy, self-promoting, ambitious political adventurer. The louche circle of friends with which he surrounded himself during those years only intensified doubts about his judgment. His three great cronies were Max Aitken, Lord Beaverbrook, the charming and manipulative press lord and a master of political intrigue; F. E. Smith, Lord Birkenhead, a dazzlingly clever lawyer, witty and articulate, who might have become the leader of the Conservative Party had he not been an alcoholic with a proclivity for seducing teenage girls; and Brendan Bracken MP, an Australian-Irish rogue who fed the rumor that he was Churchill's illegitimate son. Despite Norman's natural conservatism and his friendship with Baldwin, he did not particularly welcome the new Conservative government, fearing that it would allow its economic policies to fall into the hands of traders and manufacturers, who, while they profess a remote affection for gold and a real affection for stability, always want a tot of brandy in the shape of inflation. And he naturally distrusted flamboyant characters like Churchill. The previous chancellor in the minority Labour government had been Philip Snowdon, an intensely moralistic teetotaler, crippled by tuberculosis of the spine, who could only get around supported by two walking sticks. With his thin lips, icy eyes, and bloodless skeletal face, his black suit and black Turkish cigarettes, he looked like an undertaker in a horror movie. But despite Snowdon's fervent belief that capitalism was doomed and his suspicion of bankers, he had espoused the cause of orthodox finance and the gold standard with all the fervor of the old Puritan. Radical stock from which he sprang, and had developed an exceptionally close relationship with Norman. Churchill and Norman could not have been more different. Churchill avidly sought publicity and had a terrible reputation for grandstanding. Norman chose to wrap himself in enigma and shunned the limelight. Churchill courted the press lords. Norman considered them part of the vanguard of a new barbarism that preyed on the emotions of the expanded electorate. Churchill was naturally gregarious, loved company, and hated to be alone. Norman rarely socialized, buried himself in his work, and claimed that the Bank of England was his only mistress. Churchill liked to argue and debate. Norman was reserved and uncommunicative, oddly inarticulate in public, and when confronted by opposition, he retreated into a shell of sullenness. Their personal habits were also poles apart. Churchill was addicted to high living. He had a Rolls-Royce and a chauffeur, and by his own admission had never been on a bus or on the underground. He kept an enormous retinue of 24 servants and pampered himself with the finer things of life: silk underwear, champagne at every meal, Havana cigars, strings of polo ponies, and bouts at the gaming tables of Monte Carlo and Biarritz, and was predictably in perpetual debt. Norman, despite his inherited wealth and his grand house in Holland Park, lived an existence of almost monkish simplicity, sleeping on a plain iron bed in a bare room with paintings propped up against the wall, and taking the underground to work every day, with the ticket jauntily protruding from his hatband. About the only things the two men shared was a common disdain for the parochial Little Englanders, who would see Britain retreat from its role in the world, and a particular sympathy for the United States, an unusual trait among upper-class Englishmen who had reached maturity in the high noon of Edwardian England. In the last few months of 1924, the pound began to rise, buoyed by speculators betting that the new Conservative government would return to gold. But the fundamental discrepancy between British prices and American prices remained, and Norman was still unsure whether to press for an early return to gold. Nothing was more symbolic of the change in Britain's financial position than that before he could even think about doing so, he first had to go to New York to consult with Strong. He arrived in New York aboard the SS Caronia on December 28, having managed to slip out of Britain undetected, like a shadow in the dead of night, as one magazine put it. but he was quickly unmasked by reporters, provoking the usual speculation. One story had it that he was there to renegotiate the war debt. Another hinted that he was on a secret but unspecified mission for the British government. One rumor even had him preparing U.S. bankers for the imminent return of sterling to gold. When pushed by the press for a statement, the bank's official spokesman expressed complete astonishment at his chief's appearance in New York, but glossed over it with the observation that because Norman was in the habit of taking a vacation at this time of year, his absence had gone unremarked. The embassy in Washington was more inventive. 2 months earlier, the New York Fed had moved into new headquarters on Liberty Street, which boasted not only a giant vault for the bank's very considerable gold reserves, carved out of the solid bedrock of Manhattan and protected by doors 10 feet thick and weighing 230 tons each, but also new mechanized coin handling machines that sorted the 20 tons of nickels, dimes, quarters, and half-dollars that clinked in every day. Because the Bank of England was itself about to embark on a construction project to expand its venerable London headquarters, Norman had obviously come to the United States to pick up points. Norman had not been in the United States for 2 years. Buoyed by new industries such as automobiles, radios, household appliances, electrical machinery, and plastics, the U.S. economy was just embarking on the spectacular boom of the 1920s. The physical transformation of the city was remarkable. Most noticeable was the number of cars on the road, which had doubled since he was last there. There were now as many on the streets of New York City alone as there were in the whole German Republic. Despite the introduction of traffic signals in Manhattan earlier that year, there were still constant jams and everyone complained about the congestion. It was not only the automobile. There had been a dizzying revolution in the types of goods available: household appliances such as washing machines and vacuum cleaners, new materials such as rayon and cellophane, radios and talking movies that were changing the whole texture of life. The contrast between the gaudy prosperity of the United States, where a typical worker was earning close to $6 a day, with the dingy poverty of post-war Europe, where workers earned less than $2 a day, was another reminder of the terrible price exacted by the war. Strong was waiting enthusiastically at the pier. He was the U.S. official with the deepest understanding of international financial issues, the widest network of friends and contacts in European banking circles, and the strongest commitment to European reconstruction. Nevertheless, a combination of his ill health and the administration's official hands-off toward European financial affairs had left him relegated to the sidelines. In 1922, he had tried to involve himself in crafting a solution to German hyperinflation, but had been expressly warned off by the Secretary of State. For much of 1923, he had been ill. Then, earlier in 1924, he had again been excluded from the Dawes Plan negotiations by administration officials, except for a few informal discussions on a brief spring visit to London and Paris. He had fallen ill again on his return and had to spend part of the fall once more recuperating in Colorado. But he remained convinced that given the importance of the pound to world trade, a global return to the gold standard would only be possible if Britain took the lead. The great problem is sterling. The others will come along easily if sterling could be dealt with, he kept telling his colleagues. Strong, who had just moved into a more spacious residence in the Maybury, an elegant apartment hotel located at 48th and Park Avenue, insisted that Norman stay with him. Over the next 2 weeks, during the day and in the evenings, Norman was subjected to an intense campaign by the Americans, especially by Strong and the Morgan bankers, to get the pound back on gold as soon as possible. Strong did not have to persuade Norman of the consequences should Britain not return to gold. They agreed that this could only lead to a long period of unsettled conditions too serious to contemplate. It would mean violent fluctuations in the exchanges, with probably progressive deterioration in the values of foreign currencies vis-a-vis the dollar. It would prove an incentive to all those who were advancing novel ideas for nostrums and expedients other than the gold standard to sell their wares, and incentives to governments at times to undertake various types of paper money expedients and inflation. It might indeed result in the United States draining the world of gold. It could but end, they believed, with a terrible period of hardship and suffering and social and political disorder, culminating in some kind of monetary crisis. Strong stressed that the British had only a few weeks, at best months, to act. The pound was for the moment supported by the positive political developments at home. American capital was currently very optimistic about Europe in the wake of the Dawes Plan, and the Fed had been able to help Britain out by easing U.S. credit conditions in mid-1924. He warned that this narrow window would soon close, as Britain commenced war debt payments, an outflow that was certain to weaken sterling. The Fed's easing of credit during 1924 had suited America's own domestic needs, the U.S. economy having suffered a mild and short-lived recession in the summer. But the time was fast approaching when the Fed would be forced to tighten credit for domestic reasons, making it difficult and more expensive for Britain to attract capital to support its currency. There were already murmurs within the corridors of the Fed that Strong was too greatly influenced by his friends in London. He was acutely aware that British prices were still 10% too high, and that further deflation to cut them would bring further hardship. But he had become increasingly convinced that the British needed to be pushed into making the big decision. Force majeure, he called it. The shock therapy of forcing Britain to compete in world markets, while painful, would bring about the necessary realignment in prices more efficiently than a long drawn-out policy of protracted tight credit. The Americans recognized that if Britain did go back to gold, it was imperative that the link not snap at the first signs of trouble. Otherwise, the credibility of the whole system might be called into question, throwing all the world's currencies into turmoil. The government of the United States was in no position to lend money to any country. It had had enough of government-to-government lending during the war and was now saddled with renegotiating the terms of those loans. To ensure that Britain had adequate reserves to draw upon, Strong promised $200 million from the New York Federal. From the partners of J.P. Morgan came a further tentative commitment of $300 million. Strong did impose one important condition, not, as might be supposed, a restriction on the economic policy of the Bank of England, how much credit it could provide or the level of interest rates it could set. The sole condition was that this loan would be available only while Norman remained governor. As Norman set off homeward, perhaps because of the $500 million commitment that he metaphorically carried in his coat pocket, perhaps because of the powerful vote of confidence that he personally had received from the Americans, he was in an unusually sentimental mood. From on board the SS France, he scribbled Strong a note. "My dear Ben, you won't be expecting me to write you a letter. This beast of a ship rolls so much that I can hardly sit on a chair, much less write at a table. But whatever this year may bring forth for us, I am glad to have begun it with you. It is always true to say that we don't meet often enough. We ought indeed to get together once a quarter if we are to keep together all the year. That much we shall hardly manage. I guess once in 6 months is more probable. At least we have made good beginning for 1925. And you know, Ben, I am grateful for all your welcome and hospitality, and for all you do for me and are to me. God bless you." Norman got back to London in the middle of January to find resistance building against any early return to gold. Even some of his closest allies at the bank were beginning to resent the American pressure tactics, fearing that Britain might be borrowing too much money for an uncertain payoff. The most articulate critic of resumption continued to be Maynard Keynes, who railed at those in charge at Threadneedle Street for acting like the Louis XVI of the monetary revolution, and for attacking the problems of the post-war world with unmodified pre-war views and ideas. But his own proposals for a managed currency, outlined in the tract, had been largely ignored or disparaged. Recognizing that no one was taking his idea of managed money seriously, he beat a tactical retreat and began urging instead that any return to the gold standard be at least delayed until the discrepancy between British and American costs had narrowed. His main point was that under current arrangements, given that U.S. gold reserves were so dominant, to tie the pound to gold in effect meant tying it to the dollar and the British economy to that of the United States, and by implication, to Wall Street. He did not attempt to conceal his distaste for what he, and all Bloomsbury with him, considered the crass materialism of the United States, or for the prospect of having Britain's economic future determined by the needs of an America imprisoned in its own insularity. "We should run the risk of having to curtail credit to our industries," he wrote in one article, "merely because an investment boom in Wall Street had gone too far. or because of a sudden change in fashion amongst Americans towards foreign bond issues, or because banks in the Middle West had got tied up with their farmers, or because of the horrid fact that every American had 10 motor cars and a wireless set in every room of every house had become known to manufacturers of these articles. In article after article, he returned to the same theme, that Britain, suffering from a slow rate of growth, exhausted finances, and faults in her economic structure, was simply too weak to tether itself to a United States that seemed to live in a vast and unceasing crescendo. The United States, with all its strength and dynamism, could suffer industrial and financial tempests in the years to come, and they will scarcely matter to her. But England, if she shares them, may almost drown. Few people, however, paid much attention to such gloomy prognostications. Much more significant than Keynes's polemics was the opposition of Lord Beaverbrook. This elf-like man with a larger-than-life personality was at the time the most dominant and successful newspaper proprietor in England. A Scots-Canadian by birth and a minister's son, though one might not have guessed it, he was a self-made millionaire many times over by the age of 31, when he moved to England in 1910. Seeing in the power of the press his path to the top, he acquired the Daily Express, a small loss-making newspaper with a circulation of some 200,000. By giving the public what it wanted, a bold and simply written paper full of gossip, sports, women's features, and articles about spiritualism and other social trends, he won it the largest circulation in the country with close to 1.5 million subscribers. Beaverbrook was an outsider to Britain, and like his paper, which appealed to all classes, he transcended the British class system. But as a Canadian, he retained a certain suspicion of the United States and believed that a British return to gold would represent surrender to the Americans, who, according to him, were pressing the return to the gold standard in order to mobilize the useless gold hoards sick of the United States. His view of the gold standard was incisive in its simplicity. It is an absurd and silly notion that international credit must be limited to the quantity of gold dug up out of the ground. Was there ever such mumbo-jumbo among sensible and reasonable men? Beaverbrook and Churchill were both adventurers who, though the best of friends, rarely agreed. On January 28, 1925, Beaverbrook came to see Churchill and his advisors, only to have his arguments casually dismissed by the Treasury officials. The following day, he launched a front-page campaign against the gold standard in the Daily Express. In reaction, Churchill decided one evening to compose a memorandum titled The Return to Gold. He had found that one of the best ways for him to get his arms around a subject was to debate his own way through the issues. The chancellorship had been a mixed blessing. By his own admission, Churchill never had much interest in finance or economics and knew little about the subjects. He cheerfully liked to recount how his father, Lord Randolph Churchill, Chancellor for 6 months in 1886, when confronted with a report full of figures with decimal points, declared he never could make out what those damn dots mean. Winston himself, once Chancellor, complained about the mandarins at the Treasury. If they were soldiers or generals, I would understand what they were talking about. As it is, they all talk Persian. His memorandum, patronizingly nicknamed Mr. Churchill's Exercise within the Treasury, was a brilliant testament to his talent for self-education that should have put to rest the accusation that he was out of his depth when it came to finance. Circulated among senior Treasury officials and to Norman, it argued that the use of gold as the prime reserve was a survival of a rudimentary and transitional stage in the evolution of finance and credit. Though the United States seemed singularly anxious to help the British return to the gold standard, the source of this generosity is not perhaps remarkable when we consider her own position. She has, by her hard treatment of her allies, accumulated probably nearly 3/4 of the public gold in the world. She is now suffering from that glut of gold, a large part of which was lying idle in American vaults, playing no part whatever in the economic life of the United States. Naturally, the Americans, so laden with the metal, had an incentive to ensure that it continued to play as powerful and dominant a part in world finance as possible. Churchill, however, questioned whether this was also to Britain's advantage and worried that while the return to gold was in the interest of city financiers, it might not be equally in the interest of the rest of Britain. The merchant, the manufacturer, the workman, and the consumer. It was a document that could almost have been written by Maynard Keynes. Norman tended to treat Churchill as one of those clever but erratic forces of nature who has to be carefully managed. Teddy Grenfell, the head of Morgan Grenfell, the House of Morgan's London arm, and a director of the Bank of England, summed it up the best. We, and especially Norman, feel that the new Chancellor's cleverness, his almost uncanny brilliance, is a danger. At present he is a willing pupil, but the moment he thinks he can stand on his own legs and believes that he understands economic questions, he may, by some indiscretion, land us in trouble. Norman's response to the memorandum was characteristic. A point-by-point analysis of the pros and cons of a policy was just not his style. Instead, he wrote to Churchill, "The gold standard is the best governor that can be devised for a world that is still human rather than divine." He warned the Chancellor that if he were to choose to return to gold, he might be abused by the ignorant, the gamblers, and the antiquated industrialists. But if he were to choose against it, he will be abused by the instructed and by posterity. But Churchill had endured too hard a career in politics to be so easily intimidated by slogans. Over the next few days, he zeroed in on the key social and political issue. That for all its benefits, gold, if restored, would end up exacting a heavy cost for those thrown out of work in British industries priced out of world markets. The governor of the Bank of England shows himself perfectly happy with the spectacle of Britain possessing the finest credit in the world simultaneously with 1.25 million unemployed, he growled to his advisers. Norman had never believed much in the benefits of economic policy analysis. He would later famously instruct the Bank of England's chief economist, "You are not here to tell us what to do, but to explain to us why we have done it," and was now beginning to find the protracted debate irritating. Feeling so weary and done up that he had to go to bed for 8 days, Norman chose this critical moment to take 2 weeks off in the south of France. Sometimes his behavior could be frustrating to even his closest friends. As Teddy Grenfell wrote, Norman elaborates his own schemes by himself and does not take anyone into his counsel unless he is obliged to do so in order to combat opposition. Monty works in his own peculiar way. He is masterful and very secretive. Meanwhile, Churchill, who, if anything, could usually be counted on to act too hastily, was uncharacteristically having trouble reaching a decision. Both sides in the debate had marshaled a bewildering accumulation of data and arguments, none of the witch doctors can see eye to eye, and Winston cannot make up his mind from day to day, wrote Otto Niemeyer, his principal advisor. The advice he was getting from within the Treasury and the Bank of England was, however, all one way. He must have been aware that opposing the return to gold would put him in direct confrontation with Norman, whose close friendship with Stanley Baldwin was no secret. Norman often stopped by 10 Downing Street at the end of the day for a quiet chat and was a frequent weekend visitor to Chequers, the Prime Minister's new official country residence. For the moment, Baldwin had kept out of the gold debate, but Churchill feared that Norman might go around him directly to the Prime Minister, whom he neither wanted nor was in a position to take on. Nevertheless, the criticisms raised by Beaverbrook and Keynes had a certain unsettling resonance. Finally, on March 17th, Churchill decided to convene a sort of brain trust. His wife, Clementine, was away in the south of France, and so, because he did his best thinking late at night over port, brandy, and cigars, he organized an intimate dinner at his official residence, 11 Downing Street. Norman, just back from the Riviera, was not invited. He was known to dislike these debates and would have just sat there silent and chilling. To represent orthodoxy, Churchill invited his two principal advisors at the Treasury, Otto Niemeyer and John Bradbury, both men well established in the Norman camp. The case against gold was to be represented by Reginald McKenna, himself a former Liberal Chancellor of the Exchequer, now chairman of the Midland Bank, and Maynard Keynes. Dinner began at 8:30 p.m. The small group seated around the table in the intimate oak-paneled dining room on the first floor of 11 Downing Street were all old acquaintances with a long association with one another. When Keynes had been a young Treasury official during the war, McKenna had been Chancellor of the Exchequer in the first coalition government, with Bradbury as his permanent secretary. Niemeyer, at the age of 42, was the Controller of the Treasury, its second most powerful official, and the Chancellor's chief advisor on matters of domestic and international finance. Behind his disheveled exterior lay a formidable intelligence. Of German Jewish extraction, he had earned a double first at Balliol College, Oxford, and had taken the civil service entrance exams in 1906, the same year as Maynard Keynes, whom he had beaten into second place. As a result, he had joined the Treasury while Keynes had had to settle for the India office. As the evening wore on and the alcohol flowed, Churchill was known for his ability to consume prodigious amounts without any apparent impairment of his faculties. The discussion went round and round. The same old arguments echoed off the vaulted ceilings and across the room. Keynes was not on his best form or at his most persuasive. He and McKenna kept returning to the argument that with prices in Britain still 10% too high, a return to gold would inevitably involve a great deal of pain, unemployment, and industrial unrest. Sir John Bradbury kept pressing the point that the virtue of the gold standard was that it was knave-proof. It could not be rigged for political reasons. Returning to the gold standard would prevent Britain from living in a fool's paradise of false prosperity. No one changed his mind that night. There was considerable agreement about the facts. All accepted that British prices were too high and that to bring them down would involve some pain, although they disagreed about its extent. All acknowledged that tying Britain to the gold standard would mean tethering it to the United States, with all the risks that entailed. But whereas the gold bugs believed that the costs were worth bearing in order to reinstate the automatic mechanism of the gold standard, Keynes and McKenna thought otherwise. There were too many imponderables for anyone to be sure of the answer. Both parties were making a leap of faith. In that sense, the debate that evening, though dressed up as a technical discussion among experts, reflected, at bottom, a philosophical divide between those who believed that governments could be trusted with discretionary power to manage the economy and those who insisted that government was fallible and therefore had to be circumscribed with strict rules. Finally, as the dinner stretched into the early hours of the morning, Churchill turned to McKenna. "You have been a politician. Given the situation as it is, what decision would you make?" To Keynes's disgust, McKenna replied, "There is no escape. You will have to go back, but it will be hell." The gold bugs had won. After a few more days of agonizing, Churchill decided for the gold standard. Orthodox economic opinion and the country's banking establishment were so strongly in favor that for once in his life, he lacked the necessary confidence in his own judgment to risk another policy. On his way to stay with the Prime Minister at Chequers one weekend, Norman dropped in at Chartwell, Churchill's country house in Kent, and tried to reassure him, "I will make you the Golden Chancellor." Budget Day was until recently something of an occasion in the British parliamentary calendar. The event was traditionally surrounded with its own rituals. The build-up of suspense about the contents, the press speculation, the picture on the actual day of the Chancellor emerging from No. 11 Downing Street, conspicuously brandishing the battered red dispatch box, the grand and excessively long speeches in Parliament about the minutiae of taxation and spending. It was, in short, a perfect opportunity for Churchill to display his talent for playing to the gallery. On April 28th, he rose before the Commons at 4:00 p.m. To great applause. Everyone knew what he was about to say, but there were nevertheless tremendous cheers when, in the first few minutes of his speech, he announced the return to gold. Ever the showman, at one point during his 2-hour speech, he paused, declaring, "It is imperative that I should fortify the revenue, and I shall now, with the permission of the Commons, proceed to do so," and proceeded to pour himself a glass of an amber-colored liquid that from the press gallery appeared to be stronger than water. For all his ambivalence about the decision to return to gold, Churchill put on a great show. He seems to have been most swayed in his decision by the fear that not to return now would be seen as a very public admission of Britain's diminished position in world affairs. Almost every other country was either now on gold: the United States, Germany, Sweden, Canada, Austria, and Hungary, or about to be Holland, Australia, and South Africa, and like ships in harbor whose gangways are joined together and who rise and fall together with the tide, they were all linked by a common standard of value. As he would articulate a few days later in committee, if the English pound is not to be the standard which everyone knows and trusts, the business not only of the British Empire but also of Europe as well might have to be transacted in dollars instead of pounds sterling. I think that would be a great misfortune. While Churchill was speaking, Norman sat in the distinguished strangers' gallery of the House of Commons, savoring what all London saw as his personal triumph. As Churchill himself would later put it, it was Norman's greatest achievement, the final step without which all those efforts and sufferings, that is, the years since 1920, would have gone for naught. The decision was received with resounding applause both in the city and in the press, the Times commenting that it was a signal triumph for those who have controlled and shaped our monetary policy, notably the governor of the bank. The Economist described it as the crowning achievement of Mr. Montague Norman. Only Beaverbrook's chain of papers dissented. For a few months, McKenna's ominous prediction proved to be wrong. The initial consequences of the move were relatively benign. Britain, with its higher interest rates, attracted enough money that the credits provided by the Federal Reserve and J.P. Morgan were never needed. Britain's gold reserves actually increased during 1925. For Keynes, borrowing hot money from foreigners was only a way for Britain to buy time. In a three-part series of articles, initially published in late July in Beaverbrook's Evening Standard and later issued as a pamphlet, The Economic Consequences of Mr. Churchill, Keynes reminded his readers that Britain would have to use the breathing space to effect what are euphemistically called the fundamental adjustments in the economic life of the nation. At its new exchange rate, the pound was overvalued by more than 10%. To remedy this would require cuts in wages and prices across the economy that could be achieved in no other way than by the deliberate intensification of unemployment through a policy of tight credit and higher interest rates. It seemed perverse to him to institute a regime of credit restrictions at a time when unemployment stood already above 1 million. The proper object of dear money is to check an incipient boom. Woe to those whose faith leads them to use it to aggravate a depression. Though Keynes could not resist a typically malicious poke at Churchill, because he has no instinctive judgment to prevent him from making mistakes, and because, lacking this instinctive judgment, he was deafened by the clamorous voices of conventional finance, the pamphlet was more an attack on the Bank of England and the Treasury. Certainly, Churchill seems to have seen it that way. In 1927, he invited Keynes to become a member of the Other Club, a private and highly exclusive dining society started by him and Birkenhead in 1911. Its members, restricted to no more than 50, had to be both estimable and entertaining. It had 12 rules, which were read aloud at the beginning of each meeting, held every alternate Thursday while Parliament was in session. Churchill and Birkenhead determined who was to be invited to join. Rule 12 read, "Nothing in the rules or intercourse of the club shall interfere with the rancor or asperity of party politics." Its members read like a who's who of British history between the wars and included all of Churchill's pals, Birkenhead, Beaverbrook, and Bracken, but also such diverse figures as Lord Jellicoe, H.H. Wells, Arnold Bennett, P.G. Wodehouse, and Edwin Lutyens. By the late summer, the rise in the exchange rate began taking its toll on the staple export industries of coal, steel, and shipbuilding. Particularly hard hit was the weakest of these, coal, much of which was threatened with bankruptcy after the resumption of production in the Ruhr and the squeeze on prices from the rise in the exchange rate. The owners demanded a cut in wages and an increase in hours from the coal miners. In The Economic Consequences of Mr. Churchill, Keynes had railed against the social injustice of a policy where miners were being asked to be the victims of the economic juggernaut. They were representatives in the flesh of the fundamental adjustments engineered by the Treasury and the Bank of England to satisfy impatience of the city fathers to bridge the moderate gap between $4.40 and $4.86. A national strike was averted only when the government at the last minute agreed to give the coal industry a massive subsidy of over $100 million. But this could only be a stopgap measure. By 1926, attempts to cut costs led to a long and bitter strike in the coal industry, and in May 1926, boiled over into a countrywide 10-day general strike. That this did not lead to a flight of capital from Britain and a crisis in the exchange market was only because the underlying weakness of Britain's international position was masked by continued inflows of capital taking advantage of high interest rates in the London market and escaping the escalating crisis in France. The return to gold proved to be a costly error. That the money attracted by the high interest rates was speculative, hot, and not a source of permanent investment left a constant threat hanging over the currency. Just to prevent it from flooding back out again, interest rates had to be kept significantly higher than that in other countries for the balance of the decade. With prices falling at around 5% per annum, the burden of these charges on borrowers was heavy. Meanwhile, British manufacturing, hobbled in world markets by its high prices, limped painfully along for the next few years while elsewhere in the world industry boomed. Though Churchill remained Chancellor until 1929, by 1927, he had come to realize that the return to gold at the old pre-war exchange rate had been a misjudgment. But by then, there was little he could do about it except fulminate in private about the evil effects of the gold standard. In later life, he would claim that it was the biggest blunder in his life. He blamed it on the bad advice he had received. In an unpublished draft of his memoirs, he wrote that he had been misled by the Governor of the Bank of England and by the experts of the Treasury. I had no special comprehension of the currency problem and therefore fell into the hands of the experts, as I never did later where military matters were concerned. He reserved his greatest venom for Norman. It took only the slightest provocation for him to begin to rant on about that man Skinner, as he disparagingly referred to the governor. In a cabinet meeting in June 1928, one of his colleagues remembered him, to everyone's surprise exploding on Montague Norman and deflation. In his speech before Parliament during the debate on the Gold Standard Bill, Churchill had claimed that the move would shackle Britain to reality. And a shackle it did prove to be, but not so much to reality as to an outmoded way of thinking and to a hopelessly obsolete mechanism for controlling the international finances of the country. As Keynes had written in May 1925, the Gold Standard Party have had behind them much that is not only respectable but worthy of respect. The state of mind that likes to stick to the straight old-fashioned course, rather regardless of the pleasure or the pain, is not to be despised. Like other orthodoxies, it stands for what is jejune and intellectually sterile, and since it has prejudice on its side, it can use claptrap with impunity. The most damaging consequence was that in a futile attempt to retain the primacy of the Bank of England and the City of London, Britain had now tied itself irretrievably to the United States. During Norman's visit to New York in January 1925, Strong had warned him, in a new country such as ours with an enthusiastic, energetic, and optimistic population, where enterprise at times was highly stimulated and returns upon capital much greater than in other countries, there would be times when speculative tendencies would make it necessary for the Federal Reserve banks to exercise restraint by increased discount rates and possibly rather high money rates in the market. Should such times arise, domestic considerations would likely outweigh foreign sympathies. Norman cannot have realized how prescient those words were, and how cruelly one day they would come back to haunt him. France, 1926. Only peril can bring the French together. One can't impose unity out of the blue on a country that has 265 different kinds of cheese. Charles de Gaulle. April 1925 might have been a good month for Governor Norman and the Bank of England, but in Paris, Governor Georges Robineau and the Banque de France were being simultaneously vilified and mocked in the press. Earlier that month, the French public had learned that for the past year, senior officials at the French Central Bank had conspired with their opposite numbers at the French Treasury to cook the bank's books. The deception had begun as far back as March 1924. The government, finding it difficult to attract new buyers for its short-term debt, was forced to ask the bank for an advance to cover some of its maturing bonds. But the amount of currency that the bank could issue was limited by law, and, in the embattled climate of the time, The government did not wish to face the political embarrassment of asking the National Assembly to raise the ceiling. Obliging officials at the bank had found a way of issuing extra currency, but disguising the fact with an accounting ruse, at first a technical, almost trivial adjustment, which no doubt those involved thought a temporary and justifiable expedient. But the scope of the operation had progressively grown, and by April 1925, the fake balances, less faux bilance, amounted to some 2 billion francs, equivalent to 5% of the currency in circulation. Strong's daughter Catherine, and Norman at Biarritz, 1925. The doctored accounts were first discovered in October 1924 by the bank's deputy governor, who promptly informed Governor Robineau, the Minister of Finance, Etienne Clementel, and the Prime Minister, Edouard Herriot. Although the governor kept pressing the government to correct the situation by repaying the bank some of what it owed, the ministers vacillated and did nothing for 6 months, hoping against hope that public finances might turn around. When news of the falsified statements finally leaked out, the government was forced to go to the National Assembly to ask for an increase in the legal limit. Though the nationalist press called for the prosecution of Governor Robineau, he managed to hang on to his job because at least he had resisted the ensuing cover-up. But the humiliated government fell to a vote of no confidence after a debate in the Senate that was unusually bitter even by the rancorous standards of French political discourse of the time. The drama hit the headlines at a particularly sensitive moment. France was finally beginning to get its finances in order. The reconstruction of the war ravaged departments of northeastern France had cost a total of $4 billion, but was now largely complete, and the budget deficit had been cut from the equivalent of $1 billion in 1923, over 10% of GDP, to under $50 million, less than 0.5%. After the Dawes Plan, the government had also become much more realistic in its budgeting of how much it could truly hope to recover in reparations. And since the war, the bank had been firm about restricting government borrowing from it. The currency ceiling of 41 billion francs, established in 1920, a powerful symbol of the bank's independence, had been scrupulously respected for 4 whole years. But French finances balanced on a knife edge. A large part of the public debt was short-term in nature, which made its refinancing an annual ordeal for the franc as French savers underwent an agonizing reappraisal of their government solvency. The fact that the Banque de France, of all institutions, should now have fallen from grace and was implicated in this sordid scandal, albeit one in which no individual seemed to have profited financially, provoked a minor crisis of confidence among French investors. For much of the 19th century, the Banque de France had been by far the most conservative financial institution in all Europe, far more cautious, for example, than its cousin the Bank of England. Although it was not legally bound, as was the English central bank, to hold a minimum amount of gold, it had adopted the practice of retaining an unusually large gold reserve to back its currency notes, in 1914, the largest in Europe, totaling over $1 billion. On a number of occasions it had even been asked to come to the aid of the Bank of England, for example, during the crises of 1825 and 1837. In 1890, when Barings Brothers faced bankruptcy over its ill-considered loans in South America, and finally, during the Panic of 1907. In effect, the bank played the role of backstop to the Bank of England. While the Bank of England was a solidly bourgeois institution, egalitarian in the way that an exclusive men's club is democratic among its members, the Banque de France was from its birth an aristocratic place, even if the aristocracy was only a few years old. Among its first few governors were the Comte Joubert, the Comte de Gaudin, the Duc de Gate, the Comte Apollinaire d'Argout, and the Baron d'Avalier. Even after 1875, when the Republic was brought into being for the third and final time, and the French aristocracy abandoned political life, the Banque de France continued to be a haven for the nobility. The bank itself remained a private institution owned by shareholders. Though the governor and deputy governors by this time tended to be drawn from the ranks of the higher civil service, they were still ultimately responsible to the 12-man Council of Regents. In addition, the governor, though appointed by the government, was also required to own 100 shares, which in the 1920s cost the franc equivalent of $100,000. Since few government officials, even the very highest, had that much free capital. The purchase money was lent by the regents, making the average governor very much their agent. In 1811, the Banque moved into the magnificently flamboyant Hôtel de la Vrillière, just north of the Louvre near the Palais Royal. It had once been the town palace of the Comte de Toulouse, bastard son of Louis XIV and Madame de Maintenon. Every year at 12:30 in the afternoon, on the last Thursday of January, the pinnacle of French society would gather there for the Banque's annual General Assembly. Though it had more than 40,000 shareholders, only the top 200 were eligible to attend the meeting and choose the regents. The conclave was held in the Galerie Dorée, the long Rococo hall running down the center of the hotel. There, beneath the gorgeous paintings on the vaulted ceiling, the carved and sumptuously gilded woodwork, the opulent wall mirrors, seated in alphabetical order would be some of the oldest and most aristocratic families in France. Cléral de Tocqueville, La Rochefoucauld, Noailles, Talleyrand Périgord. To be invited to this gathering was one of the most highly coveted emblems of social standing in France. Noblemen, who might otherwise care nothing about banking, treasured their family holdings in the Banque, valued typically at several $100,000, equivalent then to about $100,000, and held for generations as a prized part of their patrimony. With an electorate of 200 of the richest and grandest families in France, it was not surprising that seats on the Council of Regents came to be almost hereditary. 5 out of the 12 elected regents were descendants of the original founders, and a disproportionately large number were Protestants of Swiss extraction. In 1926, the 12 included Baron Ernest Mallet, Baron Edouard de Rothschild, Baron Jean de Neuflize, Baron Maurice Davalier, M. Felix Vernes, and M. François de Wendel. The Mallet family, Protestant bankers. Originally from Geneva, proprietors of a concern bearing their name, had the distinction of having sat on the council continuously for 4 generations, since it was first convened in 1800. The Rothschilds, the only Jewish family on the council, had sat there since 1855, when Baron Alphonse de Rothschild, managing partner of Rothschild Frères, the French arm of the banking empire, had been chosen. On his death in 1905, his seat had been passed to his son Baron Edouard. The Davaliers, like so many other regent families elevated to the baronage under Napoleon, were primarily industrialists, although they also operated an eponymous private bank. Baron Maurice Davalier was the 4th member of his family to serve on the council. Although Baron Jean de Neuflize was the first member of his clan to be elected, the Neuflizes, who owned one more eponymous bank, had been ennobled by Louis XV. Baron Jean, an avid sportsman who had represented France as an equestrian at the 1900 Olympics, was president of the Society of Steeplechasers and the even more exclusive Casting Club of France. His daughter was married to the wonderfully named English grandee Vere Brabazon Ponsonby, 9th Earl of Bessborough. Over the 120 years since the Banque's foundation, France itself had experienced no fewer than 3 revolutions, transformed its political system 5 times, had 17 different heads of state, including 1 emperor, 3 kings, 12 presidents, and a president who then made himself emperor, and had changed governments on the average of at least once a year. Meanwhile, the Banque and the same few families that wielded power within its council had remained unmolested. So great was the institution's authority that it had continued to function unhindered during the Paris Commune and had met the currency needs of both sides, not only of the legitimate government at Versailles, but of the Commune itself. The hardest thing to understand, wrote Friedrich Engels, amazed at the deference of those first communists, is the holy awe with which they remained standing outside the gates of the Banque de France. The mystique attached to the regents and the top 200. Shareholders would give rise in the 1930s to the legend that France was controlled by a financial oligarchy of les deux cents families, a potent myth that would become a rallying cry for the left. When war broke out in 1914 and the very survival of the nation was threatened, the Banque, like all the other European central banks, voluntarily subordinated itself to its government and obligingly printed whatever money was needed to finance the colossal effort. But unlike the Reichsbank, within a few months of the end of the war, It reasserted its independence and refused to go on filling the gap between government spending and tax revenues. In April 1919, the National Assembly fixed a limit on its advances to the state and in September 1920, imposed a ceiling of 41 billion francs on the banknote circulation. There things stood until the crisis of 1925. In 1925, Émile Moreau, now 57, was in his 20th year at the Banque d'Algérie and his 14th as its Director General. He was proud of his achievements, his role in providing credit to the Moroccan economy, in stimulating the development of industry in Algeria after the war, and in launching a campaign against usury in Tunisia. For his services, he had accumulated a large array of decorations, including the Tsarist Russian Order of Saint Anne, the Spanish Order of Isabella the Catholic, and the Belgian Order of Leopold II, in addition to being a Commandeur de la Légion d'honneur. But for all of these accolades, he had never been able to shake off the conviction that his assignment remained a form of professional banishment. For many years, he had harbored the faint hope of one day returning to the mainstream of the civil service, maintaining, for example, his status as a member on leave of absence of the elite Inspectorate de Finances. But as the years had gone by and no new assignment had come his way, he had finally reconciled himself to his lot. In 1922, he had resigned from the higher civil service, though he continued to hold his position as the head of the Banque d'Algérie. He and his wife had no children, and he was at an age when he could begin to look forward to more time for his other interests. He had assembled an extensive collection of Islamic coins, was an avid bibliophile, and also an active member of the Touring Club France, periodically taking off on long automobile trips through the countryside. And after 22 years, he was still a very dedicated mayor of his tiny home commune of Saint-Léomer, only 200 miles from Paris, which allowed him to get back to the old village as often as he wished. Then suddenly in April 1925, when the Ariot government fell over the scandal at the Banque de France, it seemed that Moreau's star was about to turn. Paul Painlevé, 29, formed a new left-wing coalition government and named as his finance minister a man whose 4 previous tours in the office had gained him a legendary reputation in the field of public finance, Moreau's old mentor, Joseph Caillos. In a country infamous for political instability, few men had had as stormy a career as Caillos. In 1920, he had been sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment for damaging the security of the state. But having already spent 2 years at La Santé prison awaiting trial, he had the remainder of his sentence commuted. Legally banished from Paris, Caillos and his wife, Henriette, retired to the little town of Mamers in the Loire Valley. For the next 4 years they lived quietly. Though he wrote an account of his years in prison that became a bestseller, with the shadows of her trial for murder and his conviction for treason hanging over them, they found themselves outcasts, not only shunned in society, but dogged by petty humiliations, turned out of hotels, refused service in restaurants, insulted in cafes and on the streets. Caillos was even once attacked by a gang armed with clubs and bricks. But as France headed toward bankruptcy, more and more people could not help remembering Caillos's warnings at the height of the war that both victors and vanquished would be ruined, and increasingly he came to be seen as a victim of wartime hysteria. What had then been looked down upon as defeatism on his part now began to be viewed as prescience. In December 1924, his supporters in the National Assembly voted to abrogate his sentence. His return to the Ministry of Finance with a reputation, according to one French senator, as a kind of treasury magician capable of turning dry leaves into banknotes, was the final vindication for this remarkable man. Not everyone had forgiven or forgotten, however. As he strode into the Chamber of Deputies on April 21, 1925, to take his place on the government bench, his domed bald head gleaming, a monocle fixed firmly in his right eye, there was hissing and booing and shouts of traitor and deserter. One ardent nationalist got up and cried, "Have we reached the point where we must choose between bankruptcy and Caillos? Bankruptcy would be better." An American news magazine reported that it was as if Benedict Arnold, instead of being executed, had been barred from Philadelphia, exiled to the country, then pardoned, and appointed Secretary of War. Over the years, even during Caillos's long banishment into the political wilderness, Moreau had assiduously maintained his friendship with the brilliant and erratic politician. For all of Kalos's many faults, the indiscretions, the abysmal judgment, the disreputable friends with whom he surrounded himself, the terrible thirst for power, his essential frivolity, Moreau had never wavered in his belief that Kalos was one of the best financial brains France had produced, and that had he been Minister of Finance during the war, France would not have been in its present shape. The situation confronting the new minister was grave. The franc was the only major currency still off gold and fluctuating on the exchanges, its ups and downs serving as a barometer of confidence in French financial management. In the spring of 1924, during the Dawes negotiations, it had briefly sunk to 25 to the dollar. Thereafter, it had recovered somewhat, remaining reasonably stable for a year at about 18 to 19 to the dollar, 25% of its pre-war level. But the affair of the Faux Islands damaged that fragile equilibrium, and by the end of June, it was wavering at around 22 to the dollar. Kalos threw himself into the task of saving France from insolvency with characteristic energy. Immediately upon assuming office, he tried to fire Governor Robineau from the Banque de France and replace him with his old friend Émile Moreau. A house cleaning at the Banque would have helped to re-establish its credibility abroad. But fearing such a move would irretrievably compromise the Banque's reputation, the President of the Republic killed the idea. Moreau saw his hopes of redemption dashed yet again. Kalos succeeded on some fronts. He managed to negotiate a budget deal that, for the first time since 1913, promised to balance the government's accounts. At the same time, he squashed the proposal for a capital levy, a form of wealth tax much enamored by the socialists, the threat of which was provoking a flight of capital. In July, he went to London and struck a bargain with Winston Churchill to restructure the French war debt to the British at 40 cents on the dollar, effectively cutting it from $3 billion to $1.2 billion. But the combination of France's financial problems and its political logjam were too great even for a man of Kalos's abilities as financier and politician. He traveled to Washington to negotiate a similar write-down of the $4 billion debt owed to America, but came back empty-handed. And while his appointment may have inspired confidence in elegant social circles and the higher reaches of the Ministry of Finance, he was less successful in generating the same enthusiasm among those average French investors who held short-term government bonds. He became embroiled in a confrontation with the regents of the Banque de France, who, finding the government unable to meet all of its short-term obligations, tried to push Kalos to impose some sort of debt moratorium, in effect for the government to admit that it was insolvent. So frustrated was Kalos by the Banque's attitude that at one point he burst out how much he regretted not having thrown the management of the Banque out of the window the minute he had assumed power. In November, Kalos was ousted, one more victim of the vendettas and personal intrigue that pervaded French political life. As he left, the franc touched 25 to the dollar. In his 7 months in office, the cost of living had risen by 10%. During the following 8 months, France had 5 different finance ministers, each with his own pet solution: a wealth tax, a moratorium on certain maturing debts, more vigorous collection of taxes, an increase in the turnover tax. Each failed to stem the collapse in confidence. French investors continued to pull their money out of the country. In April 1926, France and the United States finally negotiated a war debt settlement at 40 cents on the dollar. The budget was at last fully balanced. Still, the franc kept falling. By May, the exchange rate stood at over 30 to the dollar. With the currency in free fall, prices now rising at 2% a month, over 25% a year, and the government apparently impotent, everyone made the obvious comparison with the situation in Germany 4 years earlier. In fact, there was no real parallel. Germany in 1922 had lost all control of its budget deficit and in that single year expanded the money supply tenfold. By contrast, the French had largely solved their fiscal problems, and its money supply was under control. The main trouble was the fear that the deep divisions between the right and the left had made France ungovernable. The specter of chronic political chaos associated with revolving-door governments and finance ministers was exacerbated by the uncertainty over the government's ability to fund itself, given the overhang of more than $10 billion in short-term debt. It was this psychology of fear, a generalized loss of nerve, that seemed to have gripped French investors and was driving the downward spiral of the franc. The risk was that international speculators, those traditional bugaboos of the left, would create a self-fulfilling meltdown as they shorted the currency in the hope of repurchasing it later at a lower price, thereby compounding the very downward trend that they were trying to exploit. It was the obverse of a bubble, where excessive optimism translates into rising prices, which then induces even more buying. Now excessive pessimism was translating into falling prices, which were inducing even more selling. In the face of this all-embracing miasma of gloom, neither the politicians nor the financial establishment seemed to have any clue what to do. In early 1926, the budget minister, Georges Bonnet, invited the regents of the Banque de France to his office to seek their advice. He was struck by how extremely old they seemed to be. One of them could only walk leaning on two canes. Another entered on the arm of his valet, who had to assist him into his chair. During the meeting, the panel, which represented the collective financial wisdom of France, seemed only to be able to offer one platitude after another about the need to restore confidence. When asked how to achieve this, they fell back on the usual military metaphors that were de rigueur at times of French financial crisis. One of the regents proclaimed vehemently that, "We are the soldiers of the franc, and we will die in the trenches for the franc." That winter and spring there was much in the press about the Battle of the Franc, monetary Marnes, and the Verdun of the currency. At one point, the government decided it had to do more than just rely on a lot of military-sounding talk. Marshal Joffre, the hero of the Marne, was summoned out of retirement and placed in charge of the Save the Franc Fund. It managed to raise all of 19 million francs, rather less than $1 million, including 1 million francs from Sir Basil Zaharoff, the noted European arms merchant, and 100,000 francs from the New York Herald, the precursor of today's International Herald Tribune. The authorities still had one weapon in reserve to break the downward spiral, the more than $1 billion in gold holdings of the Banque de France, some $700 million parked in its vaults on the Rue de la Verrière, and a further $300 million held abroad with the Bank of England. For much of modern history, including well into the latter half of the 20th century, gold has occupied a hallowed place in the French psyche. So revered was it that during these years of financial turmoil, the regents could never quite bring themselves to actually draw upon their reserves. At one point during the war, the British had tried to persuade the Banque de France to utilize some of its gold for the war effort. What was the point, they asked, of building up a reserve if not to use at times of crisis? But the Banque had insisted that its reserves had to be preserved so that when the troubles were all over, and France was in a position to resume its rightful place in the economic order, the gold would be there to back its currency. The French gold reserves were like family heirlooms or jewels, which must never be brought out and never be touched, to lie idle, as it were, under a glass case. In early 1926, the government, its finances now restored but its currency still inexorably and inexplicably falling, tried to persuade the Banque that now was the time to redeem its pledge by supporting the franc with foreign currencies borrowed against the security of the gold. The Banque refused. Its behavior during the whole crisis, its reluctance to help and its lack of cooperation with the government, would later give rise to the accusation that the plutocrats at the apex of the French banking system had been determined from the very start to bring the left-wing coalition to its knees. Le Mur d'Argent, the Wall of Money, it was called, joining Les Deux Cents Families as the twin rallying cries of the left in France. In May 1926, the government, spurned by its own central bank, sought frantically to obtain credit abroad. But the scandal of Les Faux Bilans had confirmed the universal prejudice among British and American bankers that French institutions, government, politicians, press, and now even the central bank, were decadent, corrupt, and dysfunctional. A French delegation came to see Benjamin Strong, then in London, to beg for a $100 million loan from the New York Fed and was firmly turned down. He could not lend to the French government by statute and would not lend to the Banque de France until all the groups involved, government, opposition, the Banque itself, and the most important French bankers, laid down their squabbles and agreed to cooperate. At a further meeting in Paris later in May, when French officials again pressed for a loan, Strong told them that when, as he quite expected, they would be unable to pay, the Americans would have to physically take the pledged gold reserves from the vaults of the banque, for which they would be excoriated from one end of France to another. Rejected by the Federal Reserve, the French approached every investment house they could, Morgan's, Kuhnloeb, and Dillon Red. Every house demurred. On June 15th, the Ballet of Ministries came around full circle, and Joseph Calos returned as Minister of Finance, his 5th time in that position. This time, he finally succeeded in firing Robineau, and Émile Moreau was invited to take over from him. Calos was set on making a clean sweep of the bank's entire upper management, replacing it with men who were more pragmatic and less ideologically opposed to the government. The deputy governor, Ernest Picard, was packed off to the Banque d'Algerie, a convenient and proven place of exile for unwanted civil servants, and replaced by Charles Rist, a professor of law at the Sorbonne, a well-known specialist in monetary economics. Albert Aupetit, as Secretary General of the Banque, the primary architect of Les Faux Bilans, was also shunted aside. When a group of regents threatened to resign en masse in outrage at the government interference in their internal affairs, Calos and Moreau called their bluff. All of them stayed. On June 24th, Moreau, 58 years old, vindicated at last, assumed the governorship. That day, the currency stood at 35 francs to the dollar, having bounced modestly from its low of 37 to the dollar. A friend to whom he confided of his elevation to the new position told him that he pitied him. In his diary that evening, Moreau wrote, "Am I to become the liquidator of the national bankruptcy? This has to be feared, or at least expected. My wife is very unhappy." Coincidentally, as the financial crisis in France was reaching a sort of crescendo, Norman and Strong were enjoying their annual vacation together. This year on the French Riviera, they had developed the practice of meeting twice a year, combining business and pleasure, in New York during the winter and in Europe during the summer. The previous summer, Strong had spent a full 3 months in Europe. After going to London, Strong, who was accompanied by his eldest daughter, Catherine, had gone on to Berlin with Norman to meet with Schacht, then to Paris, and then for a month to the Palace Hotel at Biarritz. Come 1926, Strong proposed that they go to the south of France. The Côte d'Azur was one of Norman's favorite vacation spots. He had been a regular visitor since 1902, when he had spent several months in Hyères recuperating after the Boer War. But like most of the other English people who frequented the Riviera in those years, he preferred to be there in the winter and the early spring. "My doubt is only about the heat. I like to be warm but not grilled," he groused when Strong first came up with the idea. But the inducement of being able to sit down with his friend and ooze out whatever questions are in my head persuaded him to go along. They chose to stay at the Hotel du Cap Eden Rock. Before the war, the Hotel du Cap, secluded in 25 acres of ornamental gardens at the tip of Cap d'Audiobook, had been a favorite watering hole of European royalty. Like most resort hotels on the Riviera, it used to shut between May and September. However, in 1923, a rich young American couple, the Murphys, 30, persuaded the owner to keep it open and took over the whole hotel for the summer. Thus was born the summer season in the south of France. In the 3 years since the Murphys had first commandeered the Hotel du Cap, it had become the most fashionable summer resort hotel on the Côte d'Azur. In the last week of June, Strong and Norman and the other guests found themselves besieged by newspapermen. It seemed too much of a coincidence that the world's 2 most important central bankers should happen to be in France at the very moment its currency crisis was reaching some sort of denouement. Rumors were rife that a meeting of the world's great financiers, to be held in Antibes of all places, was in the offing, that Schacht was on his way, that Andrew Mellon, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, would soon arrive, that Moreau was already in daily contact. The 2 bankers did manage to elude the escort of reporters one evening, but were soon discovered dining at the Colombe d'Or, a small restaurant at Saint-Paul-de-Vence, 20 miles away. Another intrepid journalist managed to talk his way into the hotel grounds and reported encountering Norman perched acrobatically on a sort of surfboard being dragged through the waves by a small motor dinghy. The hotel management became so irritated with the inconvenience to its other guests caused by the press barrage that its employees were given strict instructions not to deliver messages to the two men. In fact, while Norman and Strong followed the events in Paris avidly, they knew that at this stage it was premature to enter into any sort of discussions with the French authorities. At the end of July, Norman returned to England. Strong went to Paris, arriving on July 20th. 3 days before, the latest French government, having lasted all of 4 weeks, collapsed. It was followed by another left-wing coalition that survived only 72 hours. There was talk of revolution or a coup d'état. The streets outside the National Assembly were daily thronged with protesters. Strong found his French banking correspondents so fearful that they had begun sending their families to safety in the provinces, while the American officials he knew were preparing for violent anti-American demonstrations. Since the founding of their republic, Americans had had a love affair with France, and especially with Paris. In the early 20s, with the franc at a quarter of its pre-war level, that romance had suddenly become accessible to any American with a couple of $100 to spare. A tourist class passage across the Atlantic could be had for as little as $80, and the cost of living in France was astoundingly cheap for anyone with dollars. By 1926, an estimated 45,000 Americans were living in Paris, and every summer another 200,000 tourists arrived to enjoy the combination of culture, gracious living, and a risque nightlife that made Paris, even then, the most visited city in the world. Unfortunately, the affection of Americans for all things French was increasingly unrequited. The French press had for a while expressed its indignation at the spectacle of rich Americans taking advantage of the low franc to buy up the choicest French property on the Côte d'Azur and Côte Basque, along the Loire Valley, and on the Champs de Mars in Paris. The newspaper Le Midi had taken to referring to Americans as destructive grasshoppers. One incident in particular had been a lightning rod for bad feeling. In March 1924, at the height of the currency crisis, the U.S. ambassador, Myron Herrick, bought out of his own pocket a grand mansion at 2 Avenue d'Iéna to house the embassy. Built in the late 19th century at a cost of 5 million francs, equivalent at the time to about $1 million, the mansion was now selling for 5,400,000 francs. Herrick astutely chose to exchange his dollars for francs on March 11, 1924, the very day that panic selling on the bourse drove the exchange rate down to 27 francs to the dollar, which gave him the house for only $200,000. As ambassador from 1912 to 1914, Herrick had won the affection of the French for his decision to stay in the city when it seemed about to fall to the Germans. The affection was great enough that he had been asked to return as ambassador in 1921. But when the newspapers discovered that the American ambassador himself had cut a sweet deal from the franc's collapse, there was outrage. The tough stance adopted by the U.S. government, particularly Congress, over repayments of war debts had aroused much bitterness in France. Casualties of Frenchmen during the war had been 20 times that of Americans. Coolidge's infamous remark, "They hired the money, didn't they?" had displayed a remarkable indifference to the human sacrifice of Britain and France that all Europeans found chilling. The deal over the French war debts agreed to by Victor-Henri Bérenger and Andrew Mellon in April 1926 did nothing to bridge that chasm but only intensified the resentment further. Americans thought they had been extraordinarily generous by reducing their claim by 60%. The French, on the other hand, viewed the American decision to collect it all on a debt, the liquidation of which would take 62 years, as simply rapacious. On July 11th, in a dramatic protest, 20,000 mules, maimed war veterans, the legless in wheelchairs, the blind led by nurses, marched in silent protest up the Champs-Élysées to the Place d'Iéna overlooking the U.S. Embassy, where they laid a wreath at the foot of the equestrian statue of George Washington. On July 19th, the night before Strong arrived in Paris, a bus carrying American tourists was attacked by a rabble in Montmartre. 2 days later, a few hundred demonstrators surrounded some Paris-by-night tourist buses near the opera, and prevented them from taking sightseers through the more insalubrious parts of the city. Several thousand locals soon gathered around and began jeering and hurling epithets. A couple of days later, another party of American tourists responded by plastering the partitions of their railway compartment with French money and conspicuously lighting cigars with 50 and 100-franc notes as a mark of their contempt for the currency. Relations between American visitors and their reluctant hosts had so deteriorated that the New York World felt compelled to proffer the following do's and don'ts to tourists planning to visit France that summer. Don't boast in cafes that American currency is the only real honest-to-God money in the world. It isn't. Besides, such bursts of financial patriotism are annoying to people who did not spend the years 1914 to 1916 accumulating world credit by selling munitions, cotton, and wheat to other nations which were busy with a war. Don't confide to your fellow passengers on railway trains that America is the most generous of creditors because America has canceled all that part of debts, which nobody can collect. Talk instead of our prowess in tennis, golf, or prohibition. It comes with better grace. It was against this backdrop that Moreau came to see Strong at his hotel in Versailles. They were to meet several times during the next days, always at Strong's hotel, because he did not wish to be seen visiting the banque and even requested that the mere fact of their meetings be kept a secret. He was facing severe political opposition at home to any Federal Reserve involvement in the finances of France. Xenophobic displays in Paris, he explained, have produced the worst possible impression on the American public. The two men got on well. Moreau found Strong friendly but reserved. Nevertheless, the latter was non-committal about a loan. For one, it would require some signal that the French government would respect the banque's independence. For another, the National Assembly would have to ratify the April deal on war debts. On the morning of July 29th, it was Norman's turn to meet with the banque's new leadership. He came to call on Moreau at his office on the first floor of the Hôtel du Toulouse. The governor's suite at the banque was a marked contrast to the classical simplicity of his own office on Threadneedle Street. The rooms had once been the private apartments of the Princess de Lamballe, granddaughter-in-law of the Comte de Toulouse, a close confidant of Marie Antoinette who had often entertained the queen there. The floor was covered by a floral Savonnerie carpet. The governor's desk faced a painting by Boucher. The anteroom boasted a beautiful Fragonard Park scene. The meeting of the two governors, Norman, tall, distinguished and cosmopolitan, with his trimmed beard and his well-cut dandyish clothes. Moreau, short, squat and bald, looking like a provincial notary out of a novel by Flaubert, immediately got off on the wrong foot. For once, Norman's infamous charm seemed to desert him. He was gratuitously patronizing, and despite being fluent in French, insisted on speaking to Moreau, who spoke no foreign languages, in English throughout that first encounter. Mr. Norman arrived at 11 o'clock, Moreau wrote in his diary. At first sight he is very likable. He appears to have stepped out of a Van Dyck painting, elongated figure, pointed beard, a big hat. He has the bearing of a companion of the Stuarts. It is said that Israelite blood flows in his veins. I know nothing of this, but Mr. Norman seemed, perhaps because of it, full of contempt for the Jews about whom he spoke in very bad terms. He does not like the French. He told me literally, I want very much to help the Bank of France, but I detest your government and your treasury. For them I will do nothing at all. On the other hand, he seems to feel the deepest sympathy for the Germans. He is very close to Dr. Schacht. They see other often and hatch secret plans. Nevertheless, Mr. Norman is above all profoundly English, and this makes him very creditable. He is an imperialist seeking the domination of the world for his country, which he loves passionately. He adores the Bank of England. He told me, the Bank of England is my only mistress. I think only of her, and I have given her my life. He is not a friend to us French. Very mysterious, extremely complicated. One never knows the depths of his thoughts. Even so, he is very amiable when he wants to be. Norman spares nothing in his efforts to flatter, Strong, or gain influence over him. He went to spend several days at Antibes, only because Strong was staying there. A Bank of England official accompanying Norman wrote later that Moreau left the impression of being stupid, obstinate, devoid of imagination, and generally of understanding, but a magnificent fighter for narrow and greedy ends. Norman essentially reiterated the conditions that Strong had set down for assistance: a change in the statutes to give the governor of the Banque security of tenure and the ratification of both the British and American war debt settlements. Moreau did try to make both men see the political difficulties of each measure, particularly of trying to change the Banque's statutes in such politically fractured times. Many politicians were bitter at the Banque for sitting on its remaining gold reserves when the currency collapsed that year. Moreau had received a quick lesson in the ways of international capital markets. Financial assistance was a commodity that his fellow central bankers were only ready to sell at a stiff price. He would not forget. In his own mind, he blamed the sinister machinations of Norman and his malice toward the French for the failure of central bankers to come to France's aid. On July 21st, Raymond Poincaré was asked to form a ministry. He was then the most illustrious and experienced politician in France, had been in politics for more than 40 years, twice prime minister, from 1912 to 13 and 1922 to 24, and president of the Republic during the fateful years of crisis and war, from 1913 to 20. Though not formally associated with a party, he was a man of the center who in many ways stood above the political fray. And while he had been the architect of the disastrous and expensive decision in 1923 to occupy the Ruhr, which had left France isolated and weak, he had been equally responsible for setting in motion the Dawes Plan. And his anti-German stance had mellowed considerably in the previous 3 years. Within 2 days, he announced a national unity government that encompassed the full spectrum of political opinion, except for the socialists, and included 6 former prime ministers. What happened over the next few days illustrates the overwhelming power that psychological factors had come to exercise over the currency market. On the day that Poincaré became prime minister, the franc touched 50 to the dollar. But even before he had had a chance to outline his financial program or introduce any new tax measures, his presence alone seemed to reassure investors. Within the space of 2 days, the franc had rebounded to 43 to the dollar, and by the following week, it was back at 35, a rise of more than 40%. This astonishing recovery seems to confirm the thesis that in the last stages of its collapse, the currency had lost all connection to economic reality and was being driven downward by speculators. The franc found as much comfort in Poincaré's personality as in his political stature. The most uncharismatic politician in all France, cold, withdrawn, and antisocial, he made up for it by his prodigious appetite for work, married to a photographic memory and a meticulous attention to detail. Most of all, in an era when French politicians seemed to have only the vaguest comprehension of the boundary between public obligation and private gain, he was scrupulously honest. He had a well-publicized provincial suspicion of all cosmopolitan Parisians, particularly bankers. The average French investor, the small shopkeeper from Picardy, the thrifty farmer in the Auvergne, the eminently practical village doctor from Normandy, and of course, the glass manufacturer of Poincaré's native Lorraine, recognized themselves in him and took comfort in his stewardship of their finances. As the franc surged upward in the exchanges, the prices of imported goods and the cost of living index began falling. That summer the papers were full of the comings and goings of American financiers in Europe. On July 24th, Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon arrived in Paris. In the first week of August, Strong was discovered in The Hague, conferring with Schacht. On August 20th, Strong and Mellon surfaced in Evian with Parker Gilbert, the agent general for German reparations. What could all these prominent American moneymen be talking about, if not the problem of the franc? In fact, while the mysterious peregrination of bankers across Europe was wonderful fodder for financial gossipmongers, it proved to be largely a sideshow. Mellon, it turned out, had come to Europe mainly to see his sick daughter in Rome and take her to Evian for the waters. The capital that had fled France during the past 2 years began to wash back irresistibly, largely obviating the need for American or British financial assistance. In any case, Poincaré, confronted by enormous resistance to the war debt agreements within the National Assembly, delayed submitting them for ratification. Without these agreements, there could be no loans from abroad. Moreau himself was initially unsure how to respond to rebound in the franc. His initial inclination was to let it run. He was by training an old-school civil servant, and though he had considerable experience in banking, his understanding of monetary economics was quite rudimentary and at times confused. The truth is that at that time, very few bankers could claim to understand fully the situation of France in 1926, particularly the complicated dynamics between the inflow of money and its effect on the exchange rate and domestic prices and, in turn, their impact on the overall economy. Moreau was lucky enough in his two subordinates, Charles Rist and Pierre Quenet, to have stumbled across two of the few men who did. Rist, aged 52, had been an academic all his life, and was best known for the classic tome History of Economic Doctrines from the Physiocrats to the Present Age, co-authored with his fellow professor Charles Gide, the uncle of the writer. According to Moreau, Rist was something of a slave to the books he has written and the lectures he has delivered. In 1924, he had come to the attention of the finance bureaucracy with a short but highly influential monograph, Deflation in Practice, which argued, like Keynes's A Tract on Monetary Reform, that attempts to force down prices would impose an excessive cost on the economy and society. He had been very reluctant to escape the comforts of academia when first approached about coming to the banque, and had only been persuaded when Calos, at their initial interview, exclaimed, "You are not going to remain a grammarian for the rest of your life." Pierre Quenet was only 31 years old, a former student of Rist's who, after being demobilized in 1919, had joined the financial service of the League of Nations. Moreau brought him in as his chief of staff, appointing him as the banque's director of economic research a month later. During the fall, the inflow of money turned into a flood, and as it carried the franc irresistibly upward, breaching 30 to the dollar, Rist and Quenet began to worry that France might repeat the British mistake. An exchange rate that was too high, making exports chronically overpriced and uncompetitive. In mid-December, as the franc reached 25 francs to the dollar, Moreau's two colleagues, determined to prevent the French economy from slipping into British-like stagnation, began to agitate for the banque to intervene to cap its rise. At one point, they even threatened to resign unless Moreau persuaded the prime minister to go along. While Quenet and Rist provided the banque's intellectual horsepower, Moreau was the political strategist. He recognized that the choice of the exchange rate ultimately determined how the financial burden of the war was to be shared. It was Maynard Keynes who had first articulated the political dimension to exchange rate policy in the tract, back in 1923. The level of the franc is going to be settled, not by speculation or the balance of trade, or even the outcome of the Ruhr adventure, but by the proportion of his earned income which the French taxpayer will permit to be taken from him to pay the claims of the French rentier. The higher the Banque de France let the franc rise, the higher would be the value of the government debt, the better for the French rentier and the worse for the taxpayer. As Moreau put it, fixing the exchange rate was a matter of balancing the sacrifices demanded of the different social classes in the population. Every country in Europe to emerge from the war had faced the same set of issues. Britain had chosen one extreme, to impose most of the burden on its taxpayers and to protect its savers. Germany had chosen the opposite extreme, the way of pathological inflation, which had wiped away its internal debts at the price of annihilating the savings of its middle classes. Moreau was set on finding a middle way. Poincaré's natural inclination was to savor the benefits to his reputation of the strengthening currency and let the franc keep rising. He was understandably reluctant to go down in history as the man who had formally acceded to an 80% reduction in the value of his nation's money. But he also recognized that by allowing it to rise too far, he risked driving the economy into recession. Like many with a genius for detail, Poincaré was by nature indecisive and vacillating, one day in favor of capping the rise, the next day against. The principle of opposition to capping the franc's recovery did not come from the prime minister, but from within Moreau's very own institution. A faction within the Banque's directorate, led by the two most powerful regents, Baron Edouard de Rothschild and François de Wendel, saw in the decline of the franc the decline of France. True diehards, they considered it their moral obligation to defend the interests of all those who had invested in French bonds during the. No one better symbolized the power of les deux cents familis and l'humour d'argent than these two men. Rothschild was the epitome of the French aristocrat. Tall and slender, always fastidiously dressed in his old-fashioned banker's uniform of frock coat and top hat, he had become the senior partner at Rothschild Frères at the age of 37. Beneath his haughty demeanor, he was shy, almost withdrawn. Cautious and old-fashioned, he was a true conservative. The family bank matched his character, a place where, according to his son Guy, the past clung to everything and everyone, and whose main purpose was in gently prolonging the 19th century. A familiar figure in the best Parisian clubs, Rothschild had been an intimate friend of Edward VII's, and was known as a great philanthropist, being especially generous to Jewish charities. To the public, he was above all famous for his racehorses. During the season, he was a fixture at Longchamps. More than just another wealthy breeder and owner of thoroughbreds, he was a skilled equestrian in his own right who had even represented France at polo at the 1900 Olympics. In the world of banking, the Rothschild name and the family's great wealth evoked both awe and resentment. There was much anti-Semitic innuendo about their political influence. One exaggerated account has it that between 1920 and 1940, no cabinet was formed without Edouard de Rothschild being consulted. Edouard had been a young man of 25 when the Dreyfus affair broke in 1894. As Dreyfus was being publicly degraded from his rank, an enraged mob had howled, "A mort les Juifs! Death to the Jews!" He was determined thereafter that the Rothschilds should keep a low profile, keep out of the papers, and guard their privacy. Though justly enraged by an anti-Semitic slur, he did once challenge a man to a duel. If Edouard de Rothschild was the glamorous face on the wall of money, François de Wendel was, in the public mind, its more sinister visage. The Wendels were one of the great arms manufacturers of Europe, armorers from Lorraine for more than 250 years, who had supplied weapons to, among others, Napoleon Bonaparte. Under the Second Empire, they had diversified, building one of the largest steel empires in Europe so that by 1914 the Wendel name in France had become as synonymous with steel as that of Carnegie was in the United States. In the French edition of Who's Who, François de Wendel listed his profession simply as Maître de Forges, ironmaster. He did not look the part. His receding chin gave him the appearance of a tall, friendly duck. He lived discreetly in a mansion at 10 Rue de Clichy, not the most elegant or fashionable quartier of the capital, and liked to spend his weekends at his private game reserve just outside Paris, where he was said to be an enthusiastic but not very talented shot. Unusually for a regent of the Banque de France, Wendel was an elected member of the National Assembly, leaving his two brothers to run the vast steel empire. In 1918, he became president of the Comité de Forges, the very powerful industry association of iron, steel, and armament manufacturers. It required a certain obstinacy and tenacity of purpose for Moreau to take on the most powerful of his own regents. But over a 30-year career in the higher civil service, he had acquired the remarkable skill in operating within the machinery of government. He certainly did not rely on diplomatic skills or charm. He had neither. Furthermore, after years on the periphery of power and of avoiding the salons of Paris, he had a limited network of political allies. His one great mentor, Calos, who might have helped him through the labyrinth of the French power structure, was gone within a few weeks of his appointment. It did not help that Poincaré was a long-standing enemy of Calos's, and from the very start viewed Moreau with some hostility and suspicion as a holdover. But Moreau proved to be unusually adept at bureaucratic infighting. In his diaries, he displays a natural talent for the give and take of policy formulation, knowing when to concede and when to push, when to bluff, when to threaten and when to fold, and considerable insight into the motivations and character of those he was up against. On December 21st, the Banque began to purchase foreign exchange and sell its own currency to prevent the franc from rising above 25 to the dollar. For the next 2 years, with Poincaré's blessing, Moreau pursued a policy of intervening in the currency market to keep it pegged there. Meanwhile, Rothschild and Wendell waged a guerrilla campaign against Moreau within the halls of the Banque and the corridors of power of the finance ministry on the Rue de Rivoli. Few institutions were more riddled with Byzantine intrigue than the Banque. Moreau had had his first taste of it soon after joining. In August 1926, to his great surprise, he discovered that all incoming and outgoing calls, including those from the governor's office, were being wiretapped. He had the taps dismantled. Unable to secure a majority within the Council of Regents, Rothschild and Wendell employed every possible tactic to undermine Moreau. They lobbied the prime minister. They breached a long-standing tradition of discretion among the regents by making public pronouncements on currency policy, hoping thereby to lure such a flood of money into the country that Moreau would be forced to remove the cap. At one point, Rothschild ordered the Chemin de Fer du Nord, the largest railway company in France, of which he was president, to buy francs in order to push the exchange rate higher, risking the accusation that a regent of the Banque de France was engaged in inside trading in the currency market. By the middle of 1927, it was clear that Moreau had won. Waves of French capital that had fled to London or New York had washed back home, allowing the Banque to accumulate a foreign exchange war chest of $500 million, most of it in pounds. Despite the pressure from the diehards among the regents, Poincaré had been won over. Moreau kept urging him not to look to France's past, but to its future. At 25 francs to the dollar, French goods were among the most competitive in the world. Exports were booming, while prices were stable. It seemed as if, thanks to Moreau, France, of all the European countries, had finally hit upon the right recipe for dealing with the financial legacy of the war, avoiding the two extremes of German-style inflation and British-style deflation. Moreau's mistake was to assume that the value of the currency of a major economic power such as France, the fourth largest industrial economy, was a matter for that country alone. Exchange rates, by their very nature, involve more than one side and are therefore a reflection of a multilateral system. Though it may have been very difficult in 1926 to know the exact ramifications of the franc's exchange rate on surrounding countries, Moreau seems to have deliberately closed his eyes to the impact of his decision on the wider system. Perhaps he was irritated at an international regime that he felt had done so little to support France in its time of trouble. Perhaps he resented that the structure was dominated by an Anglo-American combine led by Norman, or so he believed. Whatever the reason, his decision to fix the franc at an undervalued rate would eventually help to undermine the stability of the very standard to which he had now hitched his currency. 1926 to 27. Circumstances rule men. Men do not rule circumstances. Herodotus, Histories. Orgy of speculation. No other issue would create more debate, disagreement, feuds, and confusion within the Federal Reserve System than what to do about the stock market. Wall Street had always loomed large in the American national psyche. Charles Dickens, visiting the United States in 1842, had been struck by the local taste for speculation and the desire to make a fortune out of nothing. After the 1884 panic on the New York Stock Exchange, the London magazine The Spectator commented, "The English, however speculative, fear poverty. The Frenchman shoots himself to avoid it. The American with $1 million speculates to win 10, and if he takes losses, takes a clerkship with equanimity. This freedom from sordidness is commendable, but it makes a nation of the most degenerate gamesters in the world." Surprisingly, despite this national proclivity for betting on stocks, the U.S. market had never been especially large. In 1913, the total value of common stocks was some $15 billion, roughly the same size as the British stock market, which rested upon an economy about a third the size of that of the United States. From the beginning of the century until the outbreak of war, the stock market had essentially gone nowhere. The merger bull market from 1900 to 1902 had been cut short by the rich man's panic of 1903, which was followed by the Roosevelt bull market, then the 1907 panic, and finally the recovery bull market. As a consequence, the Dow had fluctuated for a decade and a half in an irregular wave-like movement between 50 and 100 without breaking in either direction. When war came, the U.S. Economy experienced a boom and profits shot up dramatically for a couple of years as America became the arms supplier and financier to the Allies. But few investors were convinced that European Armageddon could be good for stocks in the long run, and so despite the profit surge, the market remained firmly range-bound. Wisely so, for once the United States did enter the fray, labor shortages emerged, the war effort consumed great chunks of the national product, and profits suffered. By the end of 1920, the Dow stood at 72, almost at the midpoint of its range for the last 20 years, though after taking wartime inflation into account, this represented half the 1913 level in real terms. But once the initial post-war adjustment pains had died away, the market began to take off. From 1922 onward, the Fed, under the leadership of Benjamin Strong, did a remarkable job in stabilizing prices. With inflation thus effectively at zero, it was able to keep interest rates low. This allowed the economy, boosted by the dynamic new industries of automobiles and radios, to surge ahead. While overall economic growth was exceptionally strong, even stronger and more exceptional was the rise in profits. Powered by new forms of organization and by a surge in factory mechanization, productivity accelerated in the 1920s while hourly wages grew only modestly. Most of the benefits, therefore, of the new era flowed to the corporate bottom line. By 1925, earnings were double their level in 1913. As a result, the Dow, after hitting a low of 67 in the summer of 1921, more than doubled to above 150 during the subsequent 4 years. By 1925, after the re-election of Calvin Coolidge as president, this last upward ride even acquired its own moniker, the Coolidge bull market. No company better exemplified the booming economy and provided a better window into the rising stock market than General Motors. It had been founded in 1908 by William Crapo Durant, grandson of H. Crapo, the Civil War governor of Michigan. Young Billy Durant grew up in Flint, Michigan, and after dropping out of high school, drifted through a series of nondescript jobs, including grocery boy, drugstore attendant, traveling medicine man, insurance promoter, and tobacco shop manager. The bantam-sized Durant was a natural salesman, charming, soft-spoken but determined, with a winning smile, an infectious attitude of irrepressible optimism, and an unusual talent for persuading people. After building one of the largest buggy businesses in the country, in 1903 he acquired the Buick Motor Company, one of the several hundred car companies then in America, and during the next 8 years steadily acquired a whole series of small automobile firms, among them Oldsmobile, Cadillac, and Pontiac, whose names have become so familiar that they are now almost part of the language. In 1910, after overexpanding and going too deeply into debt, Durant lost control of General Motors to his bankers. Instead of giving up, the indefatigable Durant went on to form a new car company with Louis Chevrolet, a racing driver, and was so successful that in 1915, he was able to reacquire his old company, General Motors, which had gone public in a takeover raid. But in 1920, the post-war recession once again found him overextended, and he lost control of the company for a second time. On this go-around to the DuPont family. When the DuPonts acquired their stake in General Motors, the company was producing 250,000 cars a year, had just earned some $30 million in profit, and was valued at a little over $200 million. Under its new professional management, General Motors went on to become the most successful company in the country and the darling of Wall Street. By 1925, it was making over 800,000 cars a year, about 25% of all those sold in the country, and generating over $110 million in profit. Its stock price in those 5 years quadrupled in value, from around $25 to over $100 a share. Supported by growing companies such as General Motors, the stock market ballooned into something of a financial behemoth during the Coolidge bull market. By the mid-1920s, about $1 billion was being raised annually for new investments, the number of corporations listed had quintupled, and the total value of stocks had increased from $15 billion in 1913 to over $30 billion in 1925. Wall Street was not the only beneficiary of the growth in the economy. The buoyant stock market was accompanied by a real estate boom in Florida. Since the war, Florida had been swamped by an enormous migration of people attracted by the climate. In 5 years, the population of Miami had more than doubled. All the money flooding into the state had driven real estate prices into a frenzy. Lured by brochures, which promised graceful palm trees, golden beaches, sun-kissed skies, and whispering breezes, but somehow omitted to mention the hurricanes and the mangrove swamps, the public began buying land indiscriminately. New developments such as Coral Gables and Hollywood by the Sea sprang up overnight. From Palm Beach to Miami and across to the cities of the Gulf Coast, prices skyrocketed. A strip of land on Palm Beach worth $250,000 before the boom was priced, by early 1925, at close to $5 million. Vacant lots that had once gone for a few $100s were being sold for as much as $50,000. Watching other people become rich is not much fun, especially if they do it overnight and without any effort. It was therefore inevitable that all this frenetic activity, the thriving stock market, the new issues, the ballyhoo about a new era, the buying and selling of Florida real estate, provoked a chorus of voices, demanding that the Fed do something to stop the orgy of speculation, a phrase that would become so commonplace over the next few years as to lose all meaning. Leading the charge was the ever-disputatious Adolph Miller. His hostility to the rise in the stock market rested, like so many of his arguments, upon several misconceptions. There was the erroneous notion that a rising stock market absorbs money from the rest of the economy. This is sheer nonsense, because for every buyer of stocks there is a seller, and whatever money flows into the stock market flows immediately out. In the fall of 1925, Miller had also become particularly alarmed by the data on so-called brokers' loans. These were loans provided by banks to stockbrokers who used the money to finance their own inventories of securities or to lend to their own customers to buy equities on margins. Typically, such margin investors only paid 20 to 25% of the value of stocks with their own money and borrowed the rest. The total volume of such brokers' loans, which had averaged around $1 billion in the early years of the decade, had suddenly ballooned to $2.2 billion at the end of 1924 and looked likely to reach $3.5 billion by the end of 1925. Miller saw these loans as a symptom of speculation, and he was firmly convinced that it was somehow more inflationary for banks to finance stock market purchases than for them to finance other activities. Again, we now know this to be fallacious. The inflationary consequences of easy credit have much more to do with the total amount the public borrows, and very little to do with the purposes for which it does so. Miller's campaign was given an added boost one quiet Sunday afternoon in November 1925, when he was sitting in the study of his house on S Street in Washington, going through one of the many board reports he took home with him, and the doorbell rang. Before the butler could move, Miller's neighbor from 2 doors down pushed his way into the house unannounced, bounded up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and barged in, demanding, "Are you as worried about this speculation as I am?" Miller's unusually energetic neighbor was none other than the boy wonder, Herbert Hoover, Secretary of Commerce. Hoover, a Quaker orphan from Iowa, was an engineer by profession who had graduated in the very first class from Stanford and had made a fortune in the first decade of the century as a promoter of mining ventures in every corner of the globe, from China to the Transvaal, from Siberia to the Yukon, from the Malay Peninsula to Tierra del Fuego. He had come to national prominence by accident as the man in charge of evacuating Americans from Europe in 1914, then as the War Food Administrator in the Wilson administration and as the head of Belgian Relief. The only man who emerged from the ordeal of Paris with an enhanced reputation, according to Maynard Keynes. Appointed to the cabinet by Harding, he had distinguished himself from his do-nothing colleagues by his superb organizational ability, his belief in himself, and the constant flurry of activity that always surrounded him. In the fall of 1925, Hoover, not shy about interfering in his cabinet colleagues' business, Parker Gilbert called him the Secretary of Commerce and the Undersecretary of all other departments, decided to launch a campaign against the pervasive atmosphere of speculation that he claimed was infecting the country, from Florida real estate to the stock market. For both Miller and Hoover, the culprit behind this speculative fever was Benjamin Strong. They believed that his policy of keeping interest rates artificially low to help European currencies was responsible for fueling the incipient bubble. Hoover had once been a prime supporter of American engagement in European affairs following the war and had counted Strong a good friend. But he was now convinced that the policy of propping up Europe with artificially cheap credit had been taken too far. In his words, Strong had become a mental annex to Europe. Like every other financial official at the time, Strong was taken aback by the surprising strength of the stock market and was himself also worried about a potential bubble. His letters to Norman are filled with misgivings about the rise in prices on Wall Street. Though he had a somewhat jaundiced view of the stock market, dominated as it was by its motley crew of outsiders, its plungers and pool operators, all of whom were very much at the bottom of the Wall Street social ladder, he was acutely aware of its power to cause trouble. Stock market crashes and banking panics had always been closely linked in the pre-Fed world, and many of the country's past financial crises had emerged from Wall Street. 1837, 1857, 1896, and 1907. In his early days as a stockbroker, he himself had been a witness firsthand to the crash of 1896 and had been an active participant in restoring order after the panic of 1907. But as an experienced Wall Street hand, he was quite aware of how difficult it was to identify a market bubble, to distinguish between an advance in stock prices warranted by higher profits and a rise driven purely by market psychology. Almost by definition, there were always people who believed that the market has gone too high. The stock market depended on a diversity of opinion, and for every buyer dreaming of riches in 1925, there was a seller who thought the whole thing had gone too far. Strong recognized his own highly fallible judgment about stocks was a very thin reed on which to conduct the country's monetary policy. Even though his initial reaction was that the market might have gone too far, he asked himself, may it not be the case the world is now entering upon a period where business developments will follow the recovery of confidence, so long lost as a result of the war? Nobody knows, and I will not dare prophesy. Given so much uncertainty, he was convinced that the Federal Reserve should not try to make itself an arbiter of equity prices. Moreover, even if he was sure that the market had entered a speculative bubble, he was conscious that the Fed had many other objectives to worry about apart from the level of the market. He feared that if he added yet another goal, preventing stock market bubbles, to the list, he would overload the system. Drawing a rather stretched analogy between the Federal Reserve and its various and conflicting objectives for the economy and a family burdened by many children, he ruminated, must we accept parenthood for every economic development in the country? That is a hard thing for us to do. We would have a large family of children. Every time one of them misbehaved, we might have to spank them all. He wanted the Fed to focus on stabilizing the overall economy and was reluctant to allow its policies to be dominated by the need to regulate the affairs of gamblers who thronged the tip of Manhattan. In Strong's view, something about the American character, the exuberance, the driving optimism, the naive embrace of fads, lent itself to periods of speculative excess. It seems a shame that the best sort of plans can be handicapped by a speculative orgy, he mused almost philosophically to Norman at the end of 1925. And yet the temper of the people of this country is such that these situations cannot be avoided. Despite the agitation from Hoover and Miller in late 1925, Strong concluded that with absolutely no signs of domestic inflation, the pound having only just returned to gold and the European currency situation still fragile, this was not the time to tighten credit. For the moment, he would just have to ignore the stock market. Even in combination, there was little that Hoover and Miller were able to do to force his hand. As Secretary of Commerce, Hoover had no remit to interfere in the deliberations of an independent agency like the Federal. Miller was in a minority on the board. And while the two of them campaigned to change the Fed's policy by co-opting allies in Congress, senators and congressmen are rarely informed enough to be persuasive advocates for changes in monetary policy. It helped Strong enormously that the Fed's charter had an inherent bias toward inaction. Under the then law, only the reserve banks could initiate changes in policy. While the board had the power to approve or disapprove such changes, it could not force the reserve banks to act. It was a recipe for the worst sort of stalemate. Checks and balances may work well in politics, but they are a disaster for any organization. The military is one example. Central banks are another, required to act quickly and decisively. But in 1925 and 1926, with Hoover and Miller pushing to tighten credit policy, Strong was able to hide behind the Fed's charter and do nothing. Nothing illustrates the dilemmas posed for monetary policy by the stock market than the push to tighten 1925. It turned out that Hoover and Miller had raised a false alarm. There was no bubble. Stock prices took a breather in the spring of 1926, falling by about 10%, and then resumed a steady but not yet spectacular rise. By the middle of 1927, the Dow stood at 168. Meanwhile, profits grew strongly and the price-earnings ratio, one measure of market valuation, remained around 11, well below the danger level of 20 that is often considered a sign of overvaluation. The Florida real estate bubble burst of its own weightlessness, helped by a devastating hurricane in 1926, and though there was much local disruption, its impact on the national economy was minor. Meanwhile, consumer prices remained almost completely flat. In retrospect, Strong made the right decision in resisting the pressure from Miller and Hoover to tighten credit in late 1925 and 1926. In their enthusiasm to save the country from over-speculation, they had fallen into the first trap of financial officials dealing with complex markets, an excessive level of confidence in their own judgments. Miller, the academic economist, and Hoover, the engineer, were both insulated from doubt by their ignorance of the way markets operate. In their zeal to burst a bubble that did not exist, they would have damaged the economy without any tangible benefit. There is no better way to understand the stock market of those years than to return to the story of General Motors. Between 1925 and 1927, the profits of General Motors went up almost 2.5 times. With earnings of almost $250 million a year, it overtook U.S. Steel to become the most profitable company in America. Though its stock price quadrupled in those 2 years, and by the middle of 1927 the company was valued at close to $2 billion, with a price-earnings ratio of less than 9, it was still considered to be reasonably priced. What of Billy Durant? If General Motors was the emblematic story of the 1920s boom, its founder came to symbolize the other face of that frenetic decade. Although the company he had started had gone on to become the most successful corporation in America, he refused to look back after losing control of it for the second time in 1920. At his peak, he had been worth $100 million. In 1920, the roughly $40 million he received for his stock in General Motors had largely gone to pay off his personal loans, and he had emerged with barely a couple of $1 million. He was, however, obsessed with the stock market. He formed a consortium of multimillionaires, many of whom were also from Detroit and had made their money in the automobile industry, to play the market. Within 4 years, he had rebuilt his fortune. By 1927, he was running a fund of over $1 billion and had indirect control of another $2 to $3 billion that friends would invest alongside him. It was as if Bill Gates had been forced out of Microsoft, only to reappear on Wall Street as one of the largest hedge fund managers. This chimera. Central bankers can be likened to the Greek mythological character Sisyphus. He was condemned by the gods to roll a huge boulder up a steep hill, only to watch it roll down again and have to repeat the task for all eternity. The men in charge of central banks seem to face a similar unfortunate fate, although not for eternity, of watching their successes dissolve in failure. Their goal is a strong economy and stable prices. This is, however, the very environment that breeds the sort of over-optimism and speculation that eventually ends up destabilizing the economy. In the United States during the second half of the 1920s, the destabilizing force was to be the soaring stock market. In Germany, it was to be foreign borrowing. By the beginning of 1927, Germany seemed to have fully recovered from the nightmare years of hyperinflation. Schacht was in a position of unassailable power at the Reichsbank. After the Dawes Plan, he had been appointed to a 4-year term during which, by the new bank law, he enjoyed complete security of tenure and independence of the government. He had consolidated his position within the Reichsbank by getting rid of the old guard from the von Havenstein era, who had opposed his appointment and putting his own people in charge. Moreover, though a general council consisting of 6 German bankers and 7 foreigners was supposed to oversee him, it met only quarterly, leaving him to operate unhampered. As one senior German politician of the time remembered, he employed the tactic of consulting everyone and then doing exactly what he pleases. By virtue of position and personality, he dominated most discussions of economic policy within Germany. The liberal economist Moritz Bonn, an advisor to the Reichsbank, wrote of Schacht in those years, he looked upon the world as Hjalmar Schacht's particular oyster and was very sensitive to public criticism. Having clashed with many strong and ambitious personalities in the German banking and business world, he was full of resentment against colleagues who had at some time outdistanced him. Once he arrived at the head of the central bank, he gloried in being their boss. To the public, Schacht remained the wizard, the savior of the mark. The visit by Strong and Norman in June 1925, his own trip to the United States that fall, and his acceptance as the 3rd member of the central banking triumvirate running the world's finances had enormously enhanced his prestige. In the 3 years since their first meeting, he had developed a very strong personal bond with Norman. They met 5 times in 1924, 3 times in 1925, and 4 times in 1926. Norman admitted that Schacht could be difficult to work with, that among his peculiarities was a love of publicity and the habit of making too many speeches. But it was a joy to talk finance with Schacht, he used to say. His admiration for the German was so great that Sir Robert Van Sittert, later head of the British diplomatic service, complained that Norman was infatuated by Dr. Schacht. Strong, however, had not taken to Schacht to the same degree. He is undoubtedly an exceedingly vain man. This does not so much take the form of boastfulness as it does a certain naive self-assurance, wrote the American. Nevertheless, he was impressed by the way Schacht handled the Reichsbank. He runs his part of the show with an iron hand. He does it openly, frankly, and courageously, and seems to have the support of his government, but it certainly would not do in America. He doesn't gloss things over. He seems actually to relish the difficulties. Power seemed to suit Schacht. The family had moved out of their villa in Zehlendorf into the official residence of the Reichsbank president on the top floor of its headquarters on Jagerstrasse. Financially, he had little to worry about. His salary was the equivalent of $50,000, and he drew a further $75,000 from the pension that he had wrung from the Danube Bank. To show he had arrived, he bought a grand country house some 40 miles north of Berlin, which had been the hunting lodge and estate of Count Friedrich Eulenburg. When in town, the Schachts entertained frequently. With his ugly clown mask of a face, curiously alive and attractive, Schacht, always sporting a big cigar and accompanied by his matronly wife, Louise, who kept a vigilant watch on him. He was said to have a wandering eye, became something of a fixture on the social circuit. He had a pompous habit of wearing his culture conspicuously on his sleeve, which some found irritating, while others ridiculed him behind his back for his Arivista pretensions. One acquaintance remarked that he dresses with the taste of a socially ambitious clerk. Nevertheless, he was a popular guest, something of a catch celebrated for his cutting and devastating humor. The Aga Khan remembered the Schacht of those years as one of the most charming of dinner companions, who could hold a whole table enthralled with his sparkling conversation, priding himself as something of a. He would compose amusing little pieces of doggerel to entertain his fellow. Before the war, social life in Berlin had been especially stultifying. Under the oppressive hierarchy imposed by the Junker elite around the court, there had been little interaction between the various circles in the city. However, the overthrow of the old Prussian nobility and the destruction of the middle class by inflation had transformed Berlin into a rootless society of politicians and profiteers, former aristocrats and foreign diplomats. It would have been an arid, soulless sort of place, but for its demimonde of artists. With its past swept away, the city had an unhinged nervous energy, an edge to it, that no other city in Europe could match, and it had attracted the best of the European avant-garde. Writers, painters, architects, musicians, and playwrights. William Shirer, the journalist who would chronicle the rise of Nazism, first came to Berlin during those years and was captivated. Life seemed more free, more modern, and more exciting than in any place I had ever seen. But for all its jewel-like sparkle, the city was wrapped in an atmosphere of impending doom. Norman sensed it when visiting Schacht in late 1926. You feel all the time that politically as well as economically Germany is still not far from a precipice. After the fiasco of the beer hall putsch, most people treated Hitler as a laughingstock. Nevertheless, there were ominous undercurrents of the convulsions to come. On March 21, 1927, a band of 600 Nazi brown-shirt stormtroopers of the Sturmabteilung, the SA, beat up a group of communists in eastern Berlin and marched into the center of the city, attacking anyone on the Kurfürstentum who looked Jewish. The city authorities responded by banning Nazi activity from Berlin for a year. But the economy was booming. Over the 3 years since the mark had been stabilized, output rose close to 50% and exports by over 75%. The GDP had surpassed its pre-war level by a good 20%. Unemployment was now at a modest 6%, and prices were steady. The recovery was reflected in the stock market. During the hyperinflation, few people had believed that capitalism would even survive in Germany, and equities had become dirt cheap, having fallen to less than 15% of their 1913 inflation-adjusted value. The whole of the Daimler-Benz Motor Company, for example, could have been bought for the price of 227 of its cars. By 1927, however, the market had quadrupled in value from its low point in 1922. The Dawes Plan had been an enormous success. In fact, it had worked almost too well. American bankers, assured under the plan of being repaid first ahead of reparations owed to France and Britain, had fallen over one another in their enthusiasm to lend to Germany. In the 2 years since the plan, $1.5 billion flowed into the country, giving Germany the $500 million due for reparations and still leaving it an enormous surplus of foreign cash. Some of this money had gone to finance the reconstruction of industry, but a very large amount had been taken up by the newly empowered states, cities, and municipalities of the budding democracy to build swimming pools, theaters, sports stadiums, and even opera houses. The zeal with which foreign bankers promoted their wares led to a great many imprudent investments and a lot of waste. One small town in Bavaria, having decided to borrow $125,000, was persuaded by its investment banks to increase the amount to $3 million. With so much foreign money coming in, imports ballooned and the pressure on the government to lighten up on the austerity of 1924 and 1925 became irresistible. By 1926, the national government itself was back to running deficits. These were, however, modest, only $200 million, or less than 1.5% of GDP, compared to the giant shortfalls of the hyperinflation years, and financed as they were by hard currency from abroad, did not lead to inflation. By every indication, Schacht, as one of the architects of this authentic economic miracle, should have been a happy man. Instead, he continued to be obsessed with reparations. Even at the time of the Dawes Plan, he had never been fully convinced that Germany could or even should pay the amounts envisaged. Nevertheless, he had grudgingly supported the plan and the foreign loans that came with it. He had hoped that as the credits from the United States built up and began to rival reparations as a claim on Germany's foreign exchange, they would create a powerful lobby of American bankers who would share a common interest with the German authorities in getting future payments to the Allies reduced. But Germany was now borrowing too much abroad. Schacht worried that the foreign debt buildup was becoming so large that when the day came for it to be repaid, it would precipitate a gigantic payments crisis and national bankruptcy. It made no sense to him for Germany to be borrowing dollars to build wonderfully modern urban amenities, such as opera houses, which could never generate the foreign currency to repay the loans. Moreover, Germany was so awash with foreign capital and was being driven by so conspicuous a boom that it was getting progressively harder for him to argue that the Republic could not afford to meet its reparations obligations. The artificial boom was giving everyone at home and abroad a false sense of prosperity, a chimera, as he called it. His problem was that there was very little he could do about the situation. If he tried to tighten credit to curb the domestic boom, he would simply end up encouraging borrowers to look abroad for cheaper loans and thus exacerbate the already excessive foreign borrowing. He was not a man to agonize too long over dilemmas. In many ways, for someone with the reputation of being a calculating opportunist, he was oddly impulsive. On Thursday, May 12, 1927, he made his move. The Reichsbank instructed every bank in Germany to cut its loans for stock trading by 25% immediately. The next day, nicknamed Black Friday by the Berlin press, stock prices fell by over 10%. Over the next 6 months, they would slide by another 20%. By going after the stock speculators, Schacht was hoping to crack the atmosphere of overconfidence and curb inflows of foreign money into Germany. This proved to be a serious miscalculation. Even though stocks had gone up a lot in the last 5 years, this represented a recovery from the brink of disaster. The market was by no means overpriced. In early 1927, its total capitalization was only around $7 billion, less than 50% of GDP, still only 60% of its pre-war level. More important, German municipalities, which were immune to stock market fluctuations, kept on borrowing abroad. All that Schacht had achieved with this hasty maneuver was unnecessary damage to business confidence. Having thus failed to dam the inflow of foreign loans with his broadside against the stock market, Schacht now began to talk about doing something dramatic over reparations. A New York Fed official, Pierre J., passing through Berlin in June 1927, remarked that Schacht did not wish to have things seem too good in Germany for fear that it will help the execution of the Dawes Plan, and speculated that he might take some other action deliberately to undermine Germany's fragile prosperity in order to prove that reparations were too burdensome. Parker Gilbert, the American agent general for reparations, who was as close to Schacht as anyone, observed that he had begun openly and actively working for a breakdown of the Dawes Agreement, and described him during this period as changeable and moody, temperamental and mercurial. No one was quite sure what he had in mind. Berlin was rife with rumors that he might deliberately engineer a new crisis. It was the beginning of what one historian has described as Schacht's descent into irresponsibility and unpredictability. His tendency to extreme and erratic behavior seemed to be a deliberate ploy to keep friends and enemies alike guessing. It certainly unnerved his counterparts, Norman and Strong. They feared that, consumed as he was by reparations, he might try some reckless and foolhardy gamble to sabotage the Dawes settlement, which would not only plunge Germany into chaos and undermine its fragile new democracy, but might capsize the international monetary structure which they had so painstakingly put together over the last few years. They had always worried about Schacht's tendency to embroil himself in highly visible political conflicts. Never much of a diplomat, he had always been very open in his criticisms of government budgetary policy, particularly of the states and municipalities borrowing so much abroad. Back in 1925, during the central banker's visit to Berlin, Strong had remarked on Schacht's tendency to get into political matters which would be better left alone by the head of the Reichsbank, and Norman had gently tried to warn him to be more discreet. But it always seemed that Schacht had enough of an instinct for survival to avoid rocking the political boat too hard. Now, however, he became increasingly indiscreet and strident in his remarks. One episode in particular brought his confrontation with the government to a head. At a cabinet meeting in June, Schacht launched into a vituperative attack, which left the ministers speechless with outrage. It was typical of the man that, having insulted the cabinet, he was not content to leave ill enough alone. He was overhead bragging to the other guests at a private dinner that evening about how he had taken on the politicians. He revealed confidential details of the whole cabinet debate, made insulting comments about individual ministers, dismissed the finance minister as incompetent, and called for his resignation. Even his old supporter Stresemann agreed that Schacht's behavior was a problem and that his constant and naked self-aggrandizement was becoming intolerable. It was but a small harbinger of things to come. Imperialist dreams. The miracle of the franc's recovery may have been good for France, but imposed its own financial strains upon Europe. The money drawn back to the franc on Poincaré's coattails continued to flow in throughout the spring and early summer of 1927, mostly out of sterling. The Banque de France, in an effort to prevent this flood from pushing the franc to uncompetitive levels, kept buying foreign currencies, and by the end of May, had accumulated a foreign exchange war chest totaling $700 million, half of which was in pounds. The rebound in the financial position of the bank took Norman completely by surprise. He had never made a secret of his disdain for the French and their way of doing things. The constant intrigue and infighting, the chronic instability of governments, the overweening role of the state. During 1924, and especially 1925, after Britain had gone back to the gold standard, he had indulged in a certain schadenfreude at France's financial travails. As the franc plunged, he confessed to Strong that the position of France, held up since the war as an example of the advantages of unorthodox financial management, made him smile. Moreau, for his part, reciprocated the enmity. From his very first few days in office, he had been irritated by the presumption of Anglo-Saxon bankers that the French would be unable to stabilize the franc without their help. Much of his animosity was specifically directed against Norman, a reflection of a wider and more pervasive suspicion toward the governor of the Bank of England throughout Europe, except in Germany. Strong had picked up on it in the summer of 1926, noting that continental financial officials seemed to be afraid of him and somewhat distrust him. With the bank flush with hard currency and the franc stable, Moreau was determined to use his newfound independence to re-establish French financial prestige. He had not forgotten that before the war Paris had been the second most important money center in the world. His first opportunity to assert himself on the international stage came in connection with a loan to Poland, which had regained its independence after the war and was historically seen as a partner of France in containing German power. In late 1926, a consortium of central banks, including the Federal Reserve, the Bank of England, the Reichsbank, and now the Banque de France, put together a financial package to help stabilize the Polish zloty. When Norman tried to grab the lead role, the French objected strongly to what they saw as a British attempt to muscle in on France's traditional sphere of influence in Eastern Europe. For Moreau, it was one more example of Norman's imperialist dreams. In February 1927, the bank also tried to renegotiate terms on a loan from the Bank of England dating back to 1916 and secured by French gold. As usual when it came to the French, Norman was unhelpful, putting numerous obstacles in the way. Frustrated by Norman's obstructionism, the bank surprised the Bank of England in May by announcing that it would pay off the loan and take back the $90 million of gold reserves pledged as security. The next month, without even consulting the British, the bank issued instructions that $100 million of its sterling balances be converted into gold. The effect would have been to drain almost $200 million of gold out of the Bank of England's reserves. Both actions came as a shock to Norman. Moreau's demands were capricious and would menace the gold standard, he complained to Strong. Norman and Moreau met repeatedly during the first few months of 1927, in Paris in February, in London in March, and at the Terminus Hotel in Calais in early April, to try to resolve some of these issues. Though the tensions between them never quite broke into open conflict, they were careful to maintain a frosty politeness in all their dealings. Their mutual dislike and mistrust were apparent. Moreau had clearly not forgotten how unwilling Norman had been to come to the aid of France at the height of the previous year's crisis, a sharp contrast to the way the Englishmen had bent over backward to help Schacht and the Germans in 1924. The gold standard did offer a traditional safety valve for dealing with shifts in gold holdings. The shrinkage of reserves in the country losing bullion was supposed to lead to an automatic contraction in credit and a rise in interest rates, which would thereby shrink its buying power while attracting money from abroad. Meanwhile, the country gaining gold would find its credit expanding and its capacity to spend increasing. These rules of the game, as Keynes called them, were designed to set and train automatic gyroscopic forces to balance out the shifting tides of gold among countries. But in early 1927, the Bank of England and the Banque de France could not agree how to apply these rules. A conference was arranged, and on May 27th, Norman revisited the bank. It was a very different meeting from that first disastrous encounter a year earlier. Now it was Norman's turn to plead for help. He claimed that it would be politically impossible to tighten credit in Britain, that he could not do so without provoking a riot, arguing that most of the money flowing into France came from speculators betting that the franc would have to appreciate He pressed Moreau to cut interest rates. 38. Moreau, on the other hand, had just weathered a decade of high inflation, which he did not wish to risk repeating by easing credit. He insisted that under the rules of the gold standard, he had the complete right to convert his sterling holdings into bullion, and should this put Britain's reserves under pressure, the Bank of England could always raise rates. Quite aware that too precipitate an action by the Banque de France would threaten the bank's ability to keep the pound on gold, he tried to reassure Norman that he had no intention of destabilizing the gold standard or trying to undermine sterling, declaring melodramatically, "I do not want to trample on the pound." Both parties claimed to be committed to the game, but each was adamant that it was the other who was not following the rules. The British were not completely on the defensive. They did point out that while France held some $350 million in sterling that it could convert into gold, the British government held $3 billion of French war debts on which it could theoretically demand immediate repayment. The meeting closed in an inconclusive truce. In the following weeks, both sides somewhat half-heartedly backed down, the Bank of England allowing rates in Britain to rise modestly and the Banque de France engineering a fall in its rates. For the moment, outright financial conflict had been averted. 15. Un petit coup de whiskey. 1927–28. Not every mistake is a foolish one. Cicero. By the end of 1926, this quartet of central bankers had already begun to worry about three of the factors: the U.S. stock market bubble, excessive foreign borrowing by Germany, and an increasingly dysfunctional gold standard that would eventually lead to the economic upheaval at the end of the decade. None of them, however, yet anticipated the scale of the coming storm. Jalmar Schacht was locked in combat with his own government. Montague Norman and Émile Moreau were squabbling with each other, and Benjamin Strong was, as always, battling on two fronts, with his health and with his colleagues within the Federal Reserve System. In 1926, after almost 2 years without an attack of tuberculosis, Strong developed pneumonia on his return from his summer in Europe. While lying sick with the new disease, at one point close to death, he was again scarred by personal tragedy, this one carrying with it a hint of scandal. Confined to the Cragmore Sanatorium at Colorado Springs in 1923, he had struck up a friendship with another tubercular patient, Dorothy Smaller, a 22-year-old actress from Tennessee. She had once been a dancer with Anna Pavlova's ballet company, had had several parts on Broadway, and had even had a bit part in a movie. After a few months in the sanatorium, her money had run out and Strong and some other rich patients stepped in to support her. In November 1926, she resurfaced in New York to be treated by Dr. James Miller, a Park Avenue physician and Strong's personal doctor. Like most tuberculosis patients, she had not fully shaken off the disease. She had just landed a part in another Broadway play when on the morning of December 9th, after receiving a mysterious letter that reportedly distressed her, she killed herself by drinking a bottle of liquid shoe polish. By her bedside were 3 letters, one for her mother in Long Beach, California, one for a friend, and one for Strong. She left instructions that the photograph of Strong in her possession be returned to him. No one can know whether she and Strong were romantically involved. Perhaps she was just a lost and unhappy young woman, a victim of the Broadway version of the Boulevard of Broken Dreams, who had developed a fixation upon a distinguished and kindly man who had helped her. Whatever the case, her suicide, with its echoes of his wife's death 20 years earlier, must have shaken him profoundly. In December, he again left New York to recuperate, for a few weeks at the Broadmoor Hotel in Colorado Springs and thereafter in North Carolina. He returned to work 6 months later, in May 1927, to find the strains and stresses within Europe again building. The quarrel between Moreau and Norman was threatening to derail the pound, and had the potential to undermine the stability of the entire structure of the worldwide gold standard. Meanwhile, Schacht was beginning to clamor for some sort of international initiative to control the flow of foreign money into Germany, which, he feared, would never be able to repay all of its various accumulating debts. Strong had always hoped that once the other major countries were back on gold, the lopsided maldistribution, which had left so much of the world's gold stock in the United States, would correct itself. But that had not happened. Sterling had returned to gold at an unrealistically high exchange rate, leaving British goods expensive and difficult to sell in the world market. France, on the other hand, had done exactly the opposite. By pegging the franc at 25 to the dollar, the Banque de France had kept French goods very cheap. France was therefore in a position to steal a competitive edge over its European trading partners, particularly Britain. While this discrepancy between British and French prices persisted, the tensions could only fester. There was a natural tendency for money to move from overpriced Britain to underpriced France. To correct the situation, either prices had to fall further in Britain, which the authorities were trying to bring about without much success, or rise in France, which the Banque de France would not permit. The only alternative was to change the gold parity of sterling, but everyone feared that such a devaluation would so shock the banking world as to undermine any hope of order in international finances and even destroy the gold standard. The Germans had avoided the British mistake. At the exchange rate of 4.2 marks to the dollar set by Schacht back in late 1923, German goods were cheap. Germany had a different problem. It had been denuded of gold during the nightmare years of the early 1920s and was now spending so much on reconstruction and reparations that, despite its large foreign borrowing, it was unable to build up new reserves. Thus, of all the countries in Europe, only France had enjoyed any success in attracting gold, although even this had been done, not so much by drawing gold from America as by weakening the position of Britain. There was one way for the Fed to help Europe out of these dilemmas, or at least buy it some time. It could lower its interest rates further. In addition to giving Britain some breathing room, there were good domestic reasons to justify such a cut. Prices around the world were falling, not precipitously, but very gradually and very steadily. Since 1925, U.S. wholesale prices had fallen 10% and consumer prices 2%. The United States had also entered a mild recession in late 1926, brought on in part by the changeover at Ford from the Model T to the Model A. The two main domestic indicators that Strong had come to rely on to guide his credit decisions, the trend in prices and the level of business activity, argued that the Fed should ease. But interest rates at 4% were already unusually low. Ever since the early 1920s, when he had embarked on his policy of keeping interest rates low to help Europe, a faction within the Fed, led by Miller, had argued that Strong was too influenced by international considerations and especially by Norman. During Britain's return to gold in 1925, he had been accused by some members of the board of having exceeded his authority in providing the line of credit to the Bank of England. But at the time, there had been so much support within U.S. financial circles for Britain's return to gold, and when the British did not even have to draw on the line of credit, the dissenting voices had died away. In 1926, while Strong was in France, he was again criticized by board members for freelancing and acting too much on his own initiative. He responded that unless they were willing to come to Europe as frequently as he did and familiarize themselves with the people and the situation, they would just have to trust him. While he did not shy away from conflict, quite the contrary, according to one colleague, he seemed to thoroughly enjoy getting into a fight and coming out on top. The constant sniping over international policy became so wearing that he even threatened to resign. The same faction that had opposed him on Europe had pressed him to tighten in 1925 and 1926 to bring down equity prices. While they had then sounded a false alarm on a bubble in stocks, with the market still strong, the Dow was hovering close to 170. He knew that were he now to loosen monetary policy to bail out the pound, he risked severely splitting the Federal. In the summer of 1927, still weak from his recent illness, Strong decided that rather than go to Europe as he usually did, he would invite Norman, Schacht, and Moreau to the United States. 39 before the war, when the gold standard had worked automatically, the system had simply required all central banks, operating independently, to follow the rules of the game. Collaboration had not needed to go beyond occasionally lending one another gold. Ever since the war, as the gold standard had been rebuilt and evolved into a sort of dollar standard with the Federal Reserve acting as the central bank of the industrial world. Strong had found it useful to consult frequently with his colleagues. He generally used his summers in Europe as an occasion to meet all of his European counterparts. This had begun with his getting together with Norman very informally and with minimum publicity once or twice a year. Meetings of two friends who agreed on most essentials. After the stabilization of the mark in 1924, Schacht had joined the club, and the three of them convened in Berlin in 1925 and at The Hague in 1926. He now proposed a meeting of all four central banks, including the French. Moreau, who spoke no English and feared being excluded from the most important discussions, decided to send his deputy governor, Charles Rist, in his place. Norman and Schacht traveled across the Atlantic together on the Mauretania, arriving on June 30th. They took the usual precautions. Their names did not appear on the passenger list, and even their baggage was unmarked. But news of the meeting had leaked well in advance, and the usual posse of reporters was waiting for them at dockside. Norman, nervous that Rist had arrived 2 days earlier and might have stolen a march on him, insisted on going straight from the ship to the downtown offices of the New York Federal. Over the years, each of the central banks had acquired its distinctive architectural signature, somehow expressive of the institution's character. While the Bank of England, for example, looked like a medieval citadel, the Banque de France like an aristocrat's palace, the Reichsbank like a government ministry, for some reason, perhaps in a salute to those first international bankers, the merchant princes of Renaissance Italy, the New York Federal Reserve had chosen to dress itself up as a Florentine palazzo. With its ground-floor arches, heavy sandstone and limestone walls pierced with rows of small rectangular windows, and loggia gracing the 12th floor, it was an almost exact imitation, on a grander and more epic scale, of the Pitti or the Riccardi palaces in Florence. It was on the 12th floor of this faux Italian palace that the four great banking powers of the world first convened. That weekend, however, desperate to get away from the prying eyes of the press, they moved in great secrecy to an undisclosed location out of the city. Strong had chosen for their clandestine meeting the summer home of Ogden Elm Mills, Under-Secretary of the Treasury. In an administration whose Secretary of the Treasury, Andrew Mellon, was the third richest man in the United States, it was in keeping that his deputy should be the heir to a robber baron fortune. Ogden Mills was, however, by the standards of third-generation wealth, a serious man with a law degree from Harvard who had made a career with a respectable white-shoe New York law firm. But he had not completely given up on the privileges of inherited wealth. His estate lay on the north shore of Long Island, now buried under suburban sprawl and, to present eyes, an unlikely setting for a secret conclave of central bankers. But in the 1920s, this was the Gold Coast, a Gatsby-esque world, now long gone, of mansions with gilded ceilings, of grand formal gardens and marble pavilions, of racing stables, fox hunts, and polo fields, boasting castles larger than those of Scotland and chateaux grander than along the Loire. Among those who summered there were J. P. Morgan, Otto Hermann Kahn of Kuhnloeb, and Daniel Guggenheim, the Copper King. Its mere 20 rooms made the Mills House, a discreet and elegant neo-Georgian brick mansion with vine-covered walls, located on the Jericho Turnpike in the town of Woodbury, New York, a modest residence by the standards of some of its neighbors. A few hundred yards farther up the turnpike stood Woodlands, a 32-room estate that Andrew Mellon had just bought for his daughter Elsa as a wedding gift. Half a mile down the road stood Ohika, the second largest house in the United States, a mock chateau of 127 rooms owned by Kahn. The four men remained in seclusion for 5 days. No official record of the discussions was kept. Although they socialized and had meals together, they rarely gathered as a group, relying instead upon bilateral meetings. Strong and Norman in particular spent hours closeted together. The discussions were almost entirely devoted to the problem of strengthening Europe's gold reserves and to finding ways to encourage the flow of gold from the United States to Europe. Norman dominated the proceedings, seated at one end of the conference room in a fan-backed oriental chair. In spite of the warm weather, he insisted on wearing his velvet-collared cape, which only added to the picturesque figure he evoked. He made it clear that his gold reserves were critically low. Any further erosion would force him to put up rates. The link between the pound and gold was seriously in peril. Moreover, he argued, the ongoing worldwide decline in wholesale prices was a symptom of a mounting global shortage of gold as countries returning to the standard built up their reserves. 41. And so it was imperative that countries with large reserves ease credit to spread the bullion around. Rist, on the other hand, argued that the question of European gold was largely a British problem. Having made the mistake of fixing sterling at too high an exchange rate, Britain had no alternative but to continue its policy of deflation, however painful that might be. Schacht proved to be more of an observer than a key participant. His main goal was to curb the flow of hot money into Germany, which the others saw as largely a side issue. He did warn that this was but one symptom of a wider problem, that Germany was getting too heavily into debt and that a breakdown over reparations would soon occur, with damaging consequences for the whole world. While Strong and Norman had some sympathy for Schacht's desire to renegotiate reparations once more, they warned him to be patient, that nothing could be done till after the American, French, and British elections in 1928. Nevertheless, Strong was sufficiently concerned by Schacht's gloomy forecast that after the meeting, he asked Seymour Parker Gilbert, the Agent General for Reparations, to begin work on a new deal on reparations. Strong, though increasingly sympathetic to the French point of view, much to Norman's discomfort, had arrived at the conference with his mind already made up. The only way to reduce selling pressure on the pound in the short run would be to cut U.S. interest rates. It helped that the domestic indicators he relied upon, price trends and economic activity, also justified a cut. And though he recognized that the stock market was a big stumbling block, he ruefully predicted to Charles Rist as the meeting got underway that a cut would give the market un petit coup de whiskey. It was a risk he was willing to take. Strong had very deliberately not invited any members of the Federal Reserve Board to the Mills house. After the meeting was over, on July 7th, the four did go down to Washington for a day, during which they paid courtesy calls on members of the board and had a social lunch at the Willard Hotel. They were all very careful to remain quite tight-lipped with officials in the capital. Before departing the United States, the Europeans had a final meeting in New York, to which Chairman Kissinger was invited, but none of the other members were even informed. Strong, bitter at the constant obstructionism he had met with over the years, was firmly set on keeping them out of the loop, a churlish decision that served no purpose but to irritate the board and accumulate more enemies against him. A few days after the European central bankers left, the New York Fed and 8 of the other reserve banks voted to cut interest rates by 0.5% to 3.5%. It was a move that split the system. For reserve banks, Chicago, San Francisco, Minneapolis, and Philadelphia, insisting that such a move would only fuel stock market speculation, refused to follow. Until then, the board had adopted the view that while it could veto reserve banks' decisions, it could not force them to change policy. Now, in a closely argued decision that also split the board down the middle, it ruled that it did indeed possess the statutory authority to compel Chicago and the other intransigents to follow the majority. In the recriminations that followed, Kissinger resigned. The two most vocal of Strong's critics happened to be out of town when the Fed decided to cut rates. Miller had left in the middle of July for 2 months' vacation in California, although he tried to exert every influence against the decision from afar. Hoover was in the South, managing relief operations to deal with the great Mississippi flood of that year. Returning in August, he submitted a stern memorandum to the board, arguing that inflation of credit is not the answer to European difficulties, and that this speculation can only land us on the shores of depression. He urged both the President and Secretary Mellon to act to forestall the Fed move. Coolidge, who had elevated inaction into a philosophical principle, had become increasingly irritated by his Secretary of Commerce's constant insistence not only that something must be done about everything, but that he, Hoover, knew exactly what was needed. Coolidge would later complain, "That man has offered me unsolicited advice for 6 years, all of it bad." Fobbing Hoover off with the excuse that the Fed was an independent agency, the president refused to intervene. When Strong flippantly spoke to Rist of giving the stock market that petit coup de whiskey, In his wildest imagination, he could not have foreseen the extent of the drunken ride that was to come. In 1925, he had kept money easy to help sterling, betting successfully that the stock market would remain under control. He was now trying the same gamble a second time. This time he was badly wrong. In August, following the Fed cut in rates, the market immediately took off. By the end of the year, the Dow had risen over 20%, breaking 200. In January 1928, the Fed revealed that the volume of broker loans had risen to a record $4.4 billion from $3.3 billion the previous year. By early 1928, the calls on the Fed to do something about the market had become a clamor. The United States had come out of its brief recession, and for the first time since the war, gold was flowing into Europe. Even the pound seemed in better shape. In February 1928, Strong, recognizing that the cut might have been a mistake, bowed to pressure and agreed to reverse course. Over the next 3 months, the Fed raised its rates from 3.5% to 5%. In 1931, Adolf Miller would testify before the Congress that the easing of credit in the middle of 1927 was the greatest and boldest operation ever undertaken by the Federal Reserve System, resulting in one of the most costly errors committed by it or any other banking system in the last years. Some historians, echoing the views of Hoover and Miller, see the meeting on Long Island as the pivotal moment, the turning point that set in train the fateful sequence of events that would eventually lead the world into depression. They argue that by artificially depressing interest rates in the United States to prop up the pound, the Fed helped fuel the stock bubble that subsequently led to the crash 2 years later. It is hard to dismiss this view. Though the cut was small, only 0.5% off the level of interest rates, and short-lived, reversed within 6 months. The fact that the market should begin the dizzying phase of its rally in the very same month, August 1927, that the easing took place has to be more than mere coincidence. The Fed's move was the spark that lit the forest fire. As Norman traveled back to England, he had every reason to be satisfied with the outcome on Long Island. He had achieved his primary goal of getting the Federal Reserve to support the pound by easing credit. Nevertheless, he had an uneasy feeling. It was clear that Strong was increasingly sympathetic to the French. Sounding like a jealous suitor vying for the attentions of a popular girl, Norman lamented that Strong takes great interest in the Banque de France and has much personal liking and sympathy for Charles Rist, which put Norman himself at a disadvantage. But it was not simply that the Banque de France was beginning to supplant the Bank of England in the affections of the New York Federal. More important in Norman's mind was the central banker's failure, as prices kept falling, to counter deflationary forces around the world. They had to find more permanent ways to keep gold out of New York and redistribute reserves more efficiently. The summer of 1927 would prove to be the high point of Norman's influence. The modest Fed easing in August brought a temporary reprieve. Gold flowed into Britain, but he still faced the same old problems with France. In February 1928, Norman and Moreau clashed yet again. Romania, one of the last Central European economies to get its house in order, approached the club of central bankers for a loan. Norman assumed that the Bank of England would take charge of the operation, much as it had in the case of Austria and Hungary. But with French finances now strong, Moreau could see no reason why France should not resume its old position of authority in Central Europe. After all, before the war, Romania had been part of the traditional French sphere of influence. On February 6, 1928, as the power struggle over monetary leadership in Eastern Europe reached its head, he wrote in his diary, "I had an important conversation with M. Poincaré over the issue of the Bank of England's imperialism. I explained to the Prime Minister that since England was the first European country to recover a stable and reliable currency after the war, it had used this advantage to build the foundation for a veritable financial domination of Europe. England has thus managed to install itself completely in Austria, Hungary, Belgium, Norway, and Italy. It will implant itself next in Greece and Portugal. It is attempting to get a foothold in Yugoslavia, and it is fighting us on the sly in Romania. We now possess powerful means of exerting pressure on the Bank of England. Would it not be in order to have a serious discussion with Mr. Norman and attempt to divide Europe into two spheres of financial influence assigned, respectively, to France and England? On February 21st, Moreau, irritated by the British intrigues to prevent France from playing the dominant role in Romania, arrived in London, declaring that he was going to ask Norman to choose between peace and war. Norman, who hated outright confrontations, feigned illness at the last minute and begged off the meeting, leaving his directors to deal with the now doubly irritated Frenchman. The Romanian issue, exacerbated by pettiness on both sides, threatened to escalate into a major diplomatic incident between the two great banks. Strong initially tried to act as a mediator, but eventually came down on the side of the Banque de France. He was especially irritated by reports in European banking and political circles that his friend Norman was trying to establish some sort of dictatorship over the central banks of Europe, and that Strong was collaborating with him in such a program and supporting him. Norman had obviously taken advantage of their friendship to give everyone the impression that he had the Fed in his pocket. By now, he had begun to regret his support for the doctrine that central banks be encouraged to hold pounds as a substitute for gold. The policy had allowed Britain to buoy its international position by using its status as a pivotal currency to postpone some hard choices. By avoiding an immediate crisis, the policy had set the stage for an even greater crisis in the future. As money continued to pour into France, the bank had accumulated over $1 billion worth of pounds, which at some point it would want to cash in for gold. Strong had some sympathy for its dilemma. The gold standard demanded that a central bank should allow all comers to switch their currency holdings freely into bullion. But unless Britain's position was to improve, such a move would completely drain the Bank of England's reserves and threaten the very viability of the gold standard. He also began to realize that his policy of keeping U.S. interest rates low to bolster sterling had failed to solve the fundamental problem of the British economy, that its prices were too high and its currency overvalued. Furthermore, he had unintentionally provided the impetus for the growing bubble on Wall Street, and it had exposed him to constant criticism at home over his excessive focus on international affairs. That summer, the Chicago Tribune denounced him for creating speculation on the stock market that was growing like a snowball rolling down a hill, and called for his resignation. He was by now exhausted and disillusioned, particularly with the quarrelsome Europeans. His doctors warned him that if he wished to live, he could not continue to work. His lungs were failing. He was hit by a bout of shingles that covered his face, temporarily blinding him in one eye and leaving only partial sight in the other. The virus brought on a severe case of neuritis, and the massive doses of morphine that cut back the pain sufficiently for him to work had destroyed his digestive system. The tuberculosis had come back in his left lung, and, once more, he developed bronchial pneumonia. In May 1928, Strong sailed for Europe. He had already decided to submit his resignation. Ironically, he seemed on the verge of finding some personal happiness. In 1926, his ex-wife Catherine had written to him, regretting her past mistakes and asking for reconciliation. He wrote back to say that would not be feasible, citing his illness as the reason. By 1928, however, he had begun a relationship with a much younger woman, an opera singer whom he intended to marry. Deliberately avoiding London, he arrived at Cherbourg in the third week of May. Norman rushed over to see him. That last meeting was a difficult one. Losing his temper, Strong tried to make Norman see that he was his own worst enemy. He reminded his friend, in the most vehement language, that Moreau's hoard of sterling was a sword of Damocles over the Bank of England, making it stupid beyond understanding for Norman to pick a quarrel with the French when he was so completely dependent upon the goodwill of the Bank of France. They parted on bad terms. Though Strong did write a letter over the summer to make up, he still grumbled to friends about Norman's obsessive scheming for power within Europe. The strain of the quarrel with Strong and the tensions with the French had begun to tell on Norman's nerves. As the stresses grew, he withdrew more and more into himself, refusing to take his colleagues into his confidence. At one point, several frustrated senior directors of the bank launched a campaign of non-cooperation by pointedly refusing to speak at the weekly meetings of the Committee of the Treasury, the court's policymaking group. Everyone remarked on the increased volatility of the governor's mood swings. One moment he would be sunny and all smiles, the next, for no apparent reason his face would be like a thundercloud, recalled one colleague. He threw tantrums at the staff. In a fit of temper, he once flung an ink pot at Sir Ernest Harvey, the comptroller, and his bouts of nervous exhaustion seemed to become more frequent. In mid-February 1928, he collapsed and was bedridden for a few days. A week later, it happened again. In the middle of March, he was forced to take 3 weeks off to recuperate in Madeira. A few weeks after that last difficult meeting at Cherbourg, he left for a 3-month complete rest in South Africa and did not return to work until early September. Strong spent a melancholy summer in France. After a few weeks in Paris, he went on to Evian-en-Grasse in the south of France. In July, he wrote to Norman of his decision to resign. "How hard and how cruel life is." Norman wrote back, "But what a stage ours has been over these 10 or 12 years. Your early dreams set a goal before a world, which was then so distracted as to be blind and incredulous. Now your dreams have come true." After Strong returned to New York, on October 15th, he underwent an operation to stem intestinal bleeding. The next day, he died in the hospital of a severe secondary hemorrhage. He was only 55. Norman took the blow very badly. "I am desolate and lonesome at Ben's sudden death," he wrote to a friend. They had been close for barely 7 years. But in that time, the friendship had become central to each of their lives. He would soon discover that Strong's death had not only robbed him of his best friend, but also of much of his power.